Warning. The Dragon Between podcast may contain language and adult humor that is unsuitable for those 13 years and younger. Viewer discretion is advised. You're listening to the Dragon Between podcast, a 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons campaign that takes place in the Eberron pulp fantasy setting created by Keith Baker. New episodes are recorded every Sunday and are released on the following week. You can find the video version on the YouTube channel. And if you like what you see and hear, feel free to drop us a like, comment, and don't forget to subscribe. You can also follow us on Facebook and Twitter for updates and news on the podcast. Thank you for listening, and now on with the show.
Last time on the Dragon Between podcast, Red pays reverence to the Torrn druid Maggie, referred to by some as Mad Maggie, after receiving an invitation to visit the druid on the spire, observing Ori consume magical chocolate, and learning of a potential misunderstanding between Maggie and Red shifter friends. The party obtains lodging from Mock and Knock.
The characters finish up their activities in the tavern and retire to their rooms. In the morning, the party assemble downstairs for breakfast, and Red heads off to visit her friend, Kur Orlan. The group then observes as a warforge called Khan B, Cooler, chases out a gathering of robed patrons that are later referred to as cultists. After inviting the characters to visit his armor and weapon shop, the warforged blacksmith exits the establishment.
Lathana, Eli, and Ender head off to visit the marketplace, while Zito, Auri, and Music assist the kobold Millie with some faulty machinery behind the tavern. After assessing the device, Zito surmises that Dragon Shard is needed to fix it. Zito then sets off to enter the racing event and claim the prize.
Red reconnects with her old friend Kit Orlane and leaves the shifter children in her care. The barbarian then rejoins her friends near the blacksmith shop. As the remainder of the characters catch up at cooler heads prevail, the group learns of Zito's intention to enter into the harness race. When the party learns that their kobold friend may not be able to compete, the blacksmith suggests that the group seek out the half-orc foe at his restaurant.
Following a quick trip to Foe's place, Zito obtains a Bishek token that will guarantee a slot in the racing competition. The party then travels west to the edge of the Zeraton Fields, a mile-wide expanse of dangerous swampland. Zito encounters some resistance from the racing official, Bo, brother to Foe, but gains entry with his special token.
Zito and his chosen spotter Auri take their places next to the other riders, and the contest begins. The exhilarating harness race takes the riders out to the very edge of the fields, around an odd hill, and back again. After dodging deadly obstacles with some magical assistance from their friends, the race concludes in a tie. The crowd cheers excitedly and begin to rush the field from the stands. As you're all coming down from the stands onto the platform proper, looking out, you can see Zito and Auri and the remaining rider, the half-orc gentleman with the very odd Wolverine-like hairdo. You now see a large vehicle, sort of a ramshackle machine, colored a rusty red color, that comes rushing towards the platform. And you can see the machine now as it rushes forth, the sound of its throaty engine roaring as it comes to a stop next to the platform. And you can see that there's a strange claw-like appendage that hangs from its rear end. And immediately, a goblin emerges from inside and slings a double crossbow over its back and begins walking along a narrow platform mounted on the side of the vehicle. And for those of you who are close enough to hear a nasally feminine voice call out,
"What's all this ruckus?"
The goblin is dressed in studded leather and has a hat that with a wide brim that seems to be made of straw. It's a dark brown color, and there's a feather poking out on the left side of this bit of fabric that wraps around the top of the hat. And the balding half-orc bow that's missing one of his eyes now, who has been shouting over the crowd, and many of which are now arguing with him over who actually won the race. And what are each of you doing?
Red is in awe of the Iron Kobold.
And what are you doing, Zito? Zito, you're still seated on the horse-like construct / motorcycle-like vehicle. Auri is on the platform. Platform is still kind of hovering behind you a bit, bobbing in the air. And she seems kind of wide-eyed and is looking around, and she's reaching into her satchel and pulling something out and like putting it in her mouth and chewing on it.
Lishana will... Oh, go ahead.
Zito's gonna call up to Ari. Are you eating more bugs, Ari?
No, why would you even say that as she continues to chew on it? And you can see now that the chocolate is staining her face, and the moisture from the swampland, the Zeratin fields, is just making this mess now. It doesn't take long before this chocolate melts and just dribbles down over her chin, completely coating her chin. And after a while, she hops off of the spotter chariot position and down to rejoin the rest of her friends.
Zito is going to climb off of the Esther as well, and go and claim his prize, or at least part of it, anyways.
Okay. As you head up onto the platform, away from where the two Esthers, the remaining Esthers are, the half-orc is already there. He's beaming down at you with a smile on his face, and he reaches down with a hand as if to say, let me help you up. There's like a little bit of a raised area where you can stand on.
Zito is going to take his hand and let him help him up.
And as you do that, the crowd is continuing to sort of like, bluster and yell out over the sounds of the idling vehicle, which is just off of the stage. And Bo now says, "All right, everyone, calm down. We're going to settle this tie the only fair way by splitting the winnings between the riders. We're all in agreement." And the familiar sound of that diminutive goblin calls out again, and as she suddenly barks out, "We are not in agreement. Who let him join the race?" And Zito, as you look around for the source of this voice, you now see this goblin who is rushing towards you, to your position.
Zito is going to ignore the goblin for being a sore loser. He says, "I'm fine with splitting this reward if the person I'm sharing it with is also fine with that."
The half-orc looks at you. His smile is sort of to melt as the goblin is getting closer to the two of you, and he kind of shrinks back almost in like reverence or fear. You're not quite sure. And this goblin now says, holds a finger out at you and says, "I guarantee that you cheated, and you should be disqualified." And she looks at you, Zito, and then looks at Auri and says, "Between the two of you, guarantee you cheated." I've made up my mind.
Well, you are
Bo, give the man his winnings so that we can get this rabble out of here.
a liar and a racist.
And you're saying this to the goblin?
Oh yes.
She turns around and very quickly snaps at you and holds that thin finger now in your direction and says,
How am I a liar?
I don't know
Because
you.
you accuse my friend of cheating, yet you provide no evidence to the such other than your own opinion.
Lithana goes over to Music and she crosses her arms and she says, I'm with Music.
And she looks to the two and says, I made up my mind. I see no reason why I should allow this scum to steal the winnings from this distinguished gentleman.
Well, reason number one is he partially won. They tied.
I don't care about that. He should be disqualified on his appearance alone.
Well, if you're planning on giving the award to anybody just based off your own personal merit and opinions, then why even bother having the race at all? The race is a scam. She gives the award out to whoever she wants.
And over the sounds of the crowd, like braying behind you, Bo now walks up and he places a hand on the shoulder of one of the shoulders of the goblin. He says, Nazari, he had a token from foe. He had foe's blessing. And the goblin now turns and looks in the balding, one-eyed half-orc's direction and says, Your brother. This complicates things. She looks back. Still cross, eyebrow furrowed, staring in your direction. Both you, Music, and you, Lithana, when you spoke up. Looks back in the direction of Zito from where he's standing on that little platform and looking over at Auri, who is continuing to shove chocolate in her mouth absentmindedly. And she says, Very well. Be done with it, but I don't want to hear about any funny business. If I find out that my suspicions are true, that you used any magic to cheat, you might find that I might have to get a bit cross with you. All of you.
Ooh.
And turns around and looks in your direction, in particular, Music, and says, Warforged is not wise. And Bo starts to cut Nazri off now and says, Wife, please, you've made your statements. I don't agree with everything you've said, but this is the best course of action. There was a tie, and we should at the very least honor them. They can race again next week if you want to try and settle this. That's fine. But for now, I think that we should split the winnings. And he now begins reaching into a satchel and pulling out a little trophy that has like a wide bowl on top of it. And the top of which is, the bowl is covered with looks like a bit of metal, like thin metal, almost like a tin that's been hammered over the edges all around the trophy. And it now looks to the gentleman with the Wolverine hairdo, his missing spotter, nowhere to be seen. Looks to you, Zito, and Auri, and says, Well, here are your winnings. Just as promised. 1,500 gold worth of raw Eberron dragon shard. You may divide it up amongst yourselves as you see fit. Alright, folk. Let's clear the platform. We have to go out and find the other riders and see if any of them survived. And with that, you have watched as Bo is saying this and putting the trophy down in front of you, Zito. The goblin has stormed off, hopped up onto the ramshackle vehicle, and now has begun to drive away off in the distance, away from the platform.
Zito is going to look at the half orc and he's gonna ask, "Do you have a use for this dragon shard?"
And the half orc looks down at you and he says, "Well, I mean, everyone has a use for dragon shard. It's pretty common commodity here in the marches. Why do you?"
Yes, I have a few projects in mind for it, and I'm not exactly sure how much I'm going to need, but I'd be happy to pay for your half of the dragon shard in gold.
He looks at you and almost stumbles over himself in answer and says, "Done." And he says, "We can settle up now if you have the money on you."
We can go back to what's that place?
Are you referring to the tavern?
Yes, the tavern, Gutter Guts. We'll settle up there.
And he looks at you and he says, "I'll be there later on tonight. We can settle up then. I know you're good, Fred. You seem like good people. I'm sorry that the lady gave you a hard time. Nazi's not really all that bad. She's just...
Racist?
Well, again, I can't speak for her. You'd have to get to know her yourself to find out why she has a problem with your kind. Well, your friend's kind. But, I mean, they help out the town a lot. She and her husband, and even her brother, you know, if it wasn't for them, a lot of the raw materials that people use around here, you know, ore, minerals, you know, all sorts of supplies that the town desperately needs, they're able to supply, and they've done so for as long as I can remember, at least for the last year. But I'll tell you what, you hold on to that. I know you're good for it. We can settle up later on tonight at the tavern." And he reaches down with his giant hand dwarfing yours, Zito, to take your wrist or forearm and give it a good shake.
Zito will shake it in return and let go.
All right, he bows to you and he begins to head off. A large chunk of the crowd breaking off and sort of orbiting around him as he walks back east down the gravelly road back towards Hartham.
And Zito's gonna grab this giant trophy, at least compared to him, and bring it back to his companions.
Okay. I have actually, I think I put it on your character sheet. Let me double check. I might not have put it in there correctly. So let me put it in there again. Boom. There you go. And I forgot to mention the trophy. It resembles a Zaratan, which looks like a giant turtle or tortoise-like creature with a bowl sitting on top of its shell.
All right, and Zito is going to bring it back to his companions. He's like, "Well, I think I found my cup for tonight."
Looks good to me. So what now, guys?
Now I gotta refine this dragon shard.
You want to work on that?
Z would like to.
Okay, so Zito, you want to work on possibly trying to refine that dragon shard and work on that machinery? Lathana, you were going to speak, I believe?
Yes, Lithana would look over at the group and say, we talked about this, I think, yesterday sometime, but have we decided whether or not we're going to finish the task that she says this very quietly, not by people, that the Emperor asked us to in finding the ZB? Or are we going to help these people? What are we going to do? She looks over at everyone.
That's a good question, says the disembodied voice from the sky.
Because that's kind of the reason that we came here in the first place. Other than, of course, Zido, you were investigating the disappearances of some of your explorers. But, they seem like relatively nice people, and if the Emperor is tied up and...
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but it's actually the Shogun.
Oh, sorry. The Shogun. Sorry,
That's okay.
Different cultures. If the Shogun is tied up in the azure sky, which seems more likely now than ever, I don't know whether his intentions are... Well, his intentions might be good, but the people he's working with are not. What do you think?
This one has nothing against Zaduk's Bane. They have been nothing but helpful to my people and community.
Red, what exactly are these ZB from your perspective?
Looks really far back into my notes.
Would you like a refresher?
Yes. I think I just knew that they helped us. They were kind of like Robin Hoods, I think, in my perspective. That it kind of just...
From your experience, the ZB seem like a collection of people who live here in the marches that just seem to be trying to help out the local communities because of how far apart each of the communities are. They've sort of filled that void that has been left by the shogunate not really seeming to leave Zarashak and come north. At least that's been your experience. You've also heard you have heard from your new companions the horror stories, and you yourself have seen the terrors of bodies flayed and stuck on poles out in the swamps, either left as a warning or a promise. No one has really claimed this activity, but you ask just about anyone, you would know this. You also have heard rumors that one of the towns to the east was recently, just before you left Hartham, and before you ran into your issue with the aberrations in the swamp, one of the towns had some problems with with attacks, potentially from were creatures. And you also had heard, since you've been back in town, you've all been hearing that apparently a town called Goldmire was completely destroyed sometime last week. Goldmire is a town that's sort of southeast, east of the Deepwood, very close to the border. that
That was the one
separates.
that we passed with the airship, right?
Correct. That would be the town that you passed, where you saw the
And-
the fire from the sky that arced down into the town.
I was there for that.
Fire from the sky. Okay. So yeah, I would kind of relay all of that, and just this one is not from here, but it seems that if anyone should be trusted, I trust the Duke's Spade. They have filled the gap left behind. No one from the Shogunate ever comes here to help us.
I would like
sounds
to
like-
meet someone from Zaduk, Spain myself before I make that decision.
I would agree.
Do I know
And the-
anybody from the Duke's Spade?
Personally, you've only heard rumors. You have seen, people come and go from Hartham, but you've never really encountered someone who just flat out said, "Hey, I'm part of Zaduk's Bane." People don't seem to really talk about it much. So really, you've just heard rumors. You've heard that that the ZB have had dealings with Mad Maggie. And you have heard that the ZB have a compound somewhere close to Hartham.
So yeah, I would say this one thinks that the druid Maggie could give us more guidance. I've heard rumors that she has worked with them.
It sounds like Maggie can answer some of our questions. That we need to go forward. Eli, and music. You remembered when just like Red said, that with that thing that fired that came down and destroyed something, that city on our way here, right? You
I
remember
was
that?
physically there, but for me, it was 7 years ago.
Eli, do you remember? I guess, how could you forget?
I remember.
I mean, from your, I guess, experience in magic and wizardry, any idea what that was?
Jeremy, I know what that was, don't I?
Yes.
Well, that was Samael. Zito said he knows him.
Wait, Samael exploded and destroyed a whole town?
No, he was on some kind of flaming flying thing. And when we were under siege and the town was being attacked, he come crashing down into the town and defended the city for us.
That was the last thing you saw, actually, before you,
Before the mine exploded.
before you left the material plane.
We thought he was some kind of a monster when he landed, and then he was defending us, and it was really intimidating. So we ran into the mines, and there was a massive explosion. I wish I could have more details for you, but for you, this was last week. For me, it was 7 years ago.
What were they defending against? Who were they fighting?
It was dark. There was a lot of smoke and screaming. I couldn't see exactly what it was.
All you really remember from that night, it was a long time ago for you, music, was the sound of yipping, barking, and howls.
All right, I will convey that to the group.
So maybe like werewolves or something?
Perhaps. Zeta, do you have a way to contact your friend Samael? Maybe he could tell you more about it.
Not anymore. I think he gave up the only means of communication with that I have to get to Samael. And Zito will hold up his ring of the Impetu Arcanum. So he was given one of these, but ever since the incident with that heist with Uh, well,
And
that's not
Sharn?
important. Well, yeah, back in Sharn, but details aren't important. He and the fall of his order, he never really been the same.
Well, you might want to try contacting him. I mean, maybe he still has it. Maybe he's just not answering.
Suppose I can always give it another shot. And let's see here, am I attuned to it? I am.
And real talk, I don't know where Samael is right now, so this will be up to Jeremy. I know where his story goes from here, but I don't know exactly where he is right now.
So it sounds like Maggie, we know where she is. Samael might be helpful. Is there anyone else we need to speak to, I guess, complete our mission? I mean, what is our goal? Do we want to stay here forever? I mean, do we want to go leave here soon? What's our plan?
This one would like to help her community. The shifters have gone missing. I would like to resolve that before I go any further.
Okay, so investigating the disappearances. Eli, what about you?
Oh, you mean me? I just gotta sit around for a while and build my special project.
All right, your airship. How long from now will that be done?
Oh no, that's not my special project. I have another special project now.
What's that?
His name is George.
You named
How
that
long-
thing already?
Yes, Zito, always. It's gonna take a long time.
And of course, Zito knows exactly what Eli is referring to. And he kind of has an idea of, without even looking at the book that you possess, Eli, he kind of has an idea of what it would take to do to complete that project. Because it's not unlike what an artificer would do to build a homunculus.
Litharan looks at him confused, is like, does this special project take 9 months and involve another woman?
Ooh, Eli.
No, it takes
How long has it been since he saw the princess?
a while.
Have you been keeping in contact?
I try occasionally, but she ignores me.
Conjugal teleportation visits?
She unfortunately does not reply much.
Is that what you'd name your child, George?
No. George takes 120 days.
Okay, anyway. Music, what about you?
What about me?
I guess where do you hope to go? What do you you just kind of joined our group, and what's important to you?
Well, I used to want to get home. That was what I wanted more than anything. I wanted to get back and keep up with my life just like nothing had ever happened. But then I got to see the Farscape, the outer planes, and I saw so much and seen so many different things. And I honestly think that travel is a part of me now. If anything, I just want to go along and see what happens.
And
So just looking for an adventure.
you all hear a very soft-spoken Auri exclaim, "Damn it!" And then immediately makes like a little squeaking noise, like a mouse farting. And wide-eyed, looking at all of you, she's cleaning chocolate off her face. Oh, nothing.
It was a bug, wasn't it?
Nope, no bugs. I mean, there are bugs around here, but no bug. And you can see now she's digging into her satchel and clearly looking for something. And she just starts muttering to herself.
Did you lose something, Ari?
No, I didn't lose anything. I need more. I need to get some more. Can we go? Are we done here?
Is that stuff addictive? Do we need to have an intervention with her?
Maggie spiked the chocolates.
No, there's nothing wrong with the chocolate. It just tastes delicious, and I've never really had anything like it before, and I kind of wanted to know where it's made, and if I can get
Check
some
her
more.
pupils. Check her pupils. They might be dilated.
Has Red ever seen or like heard anything of Maggie doing that to people? Have I ever experienced this chocolate?
You have personally stayed clear of candy. I don't think that. I mean, again, that's up to you. How if Red would partake in seeking out and eating candy,
Or to help her grow?
but you would know that what Auri has consumed is more than likely been made at Vaughn's Fanciful Confections, which is a bakery. It's the only bakery here in Hartham. They supply fresh bread, grain. They make sweets, and the owner, Vaughn, actually makes items that are made out of a material that is not too dissimilar from Lithana's shift weave, which is a clothing item which has been treated with magic. It's a material that's been treated with magic that creates illusions. In the case of the beehive headdress that Maggie was wearing, appeared to create a nest of hornets that, when seemed to move too far away from it, turned into chocolate. But Vaughn's is in town. Actually, if you guys would like, I will share a map with you all. This is a overland map of Hartham. It is big. It's a bit of a big map, so I apologize.
Yeah. This one has seen those candies in Vaughn's Fanciful Confections, a shop here in Hartham. This one does not partake in them herself. She likes to stay fit and not be distracted by sweets.
Is that near where Maggie lives?
Is it DM?
Well, Maggie...
It's by the spire, right? Or told me to meet her at the spire or something.
If you guys, also, just as a side note, if you look at the map, I have created a little green dot that shows where the party is in Hartham at the moment. A bright green dot in the upper left corner of the map. Right at the end of that squiggly line. In answer to your question, Maggie spends most of her time up on the Titan's Reach, which is the stone spire that is kind of looks like a hand from a top-down view on this map. She tends to stay near the lookout, which is that big round building that has that bird icon on it on the map.
It is not... Well, nothing in Hartham is far from anything.
And then I will draw a circle around the bakery. This is the bakery.
That's a creepy bakery.
The
Well,
bloody hen.
I was running out of icons.
Zombie bakery.
Is south of us.
I think that should be canon. There's a zombie bakery.
Well, and where is the gutter guts in?
Gutter Guts. Whoops. Is actually really close. Gutter Guts is right here. It's close, not too far from Vaughn's.
It looks like the bakery is close by gutter guts, so maybe go visit Maggie first. She looks over at everyone. Anything else we need to do for now?
This one has nothing else to do.
I'm good at the moment.
Alright, well, onward. Red, maybe if you could lead the way.
Yeah, I'll start leading us towards the spot.
Okay. So you're all heading where?
To Maggie.
Are you heading up to the spire?
Yeah.
Okay. It'll take you guys a little while, but eventually you get to the base of the spire, which is this spiral stone case that's cut into the spire, which goes up, up, up. A very short handrail has been constructed in places, but doesn't go all the way up around the spire itself. And doesn't take you too long. You get to the spire, and you all begin to ascend. The sounds of the swamp beginning to become a bit muffled, now replaced with the sound of wind as it whips past you.
So yeah, just keep trudging up to the watchtower.
And as you get to the top of the Titan's Reach, the staircase ends, opening up to a wide expanse. This top-down view showing several impressive round buildings, which are spread out on what could only be described as fingers or sections of this spire that seem to resemble fingers, the fingertips of which seem to have become this flat area for more buildings to be constructed. The upper western section of this place, the most largest area of which is this very tall domed building made of a very simple light colored wood. The roof appears to be a mixture of thatch and wooden tiles that cascade out like ribs all around from the apex of it all the way down. And there's a bit of a misty smoke that is emerging from the very center of it. and eventually you get to the building. There is a series of double doors, very wide, very tall. When you approach them, they seem to open on their own.
Red will keep on heading in.
Okay.
Zito's gonna walk in after her.
One by one, you all head into this place. The early morning sun now has reached up in the eye. It's not quite midday, but it's bright even in this autumn season within the marches. Still pretty bright, a bit cooler than what you have been used to being in the swamp, especially up here with the wind, which is now chafed by the walls of this place. And within this building, you see a series of chairs, which are set against the back of this round chamber. There's a couple of sconces hanging from the walls, illuminating this place. And seated in one of the chairs is an individual who is bent over, head down, a staff, a gnarled wooden staff in her right hand, and a hood over their face, masking their features. And as you all enter into the building, the individual stirs, and the hood begins to drift up a bit. And from beneath the hood now, you can hear someone speak out to you in a bit of a gravelly, cracked voice. Who interrupts my slumber?
This one is Red Sharpclaw.
Red, come closer.
I go up.
As you get closer, you see the familiar orangish gray mottled skin. And as you get closer, you can see now that black makeup is gone. Like perhaps maybe she had a bit of a wash. She's a bit less covered in mud than she was before. She's wearing a very, very simple outfit, like a tunic, very simple pants, with a robe covering it. The robe itself is nothing lambastic or special. It's very, very drab, olive colored material, almost like a tarpaulin material, like it was made out of burlap. And she looks at you and she taps her staff, and when she does so, there is a buzzing sound, the sound of more insects that seems to fill this chamber from above all of you. I hear rumors, whispers. Your friends, they've come with you. What can I do for you?
These ones wanted to know more about Zaduk, Spain. You are knowledgeable on most things. Druid, Maggie. I thought you might be able to help them.
Maggie lets the staff lie in the crook of her right elbow, and she just sort of takes her gnarled hands and clasps them for a moment. Zaduk's Bane, you say?
This is the name they mentioned for the... Do they have any other name? To anybody else? Or are they all to that to everybody?
You've heard them referred to as a few things. You've heard them referred to as the undefeated, the lost ones, the last clans.
But but you and this one may know them in whispers. The undefeated, the lost ones, the last clans, the ones who help us when no one else does.
Yes, I know of them. What of it?
And I kind of glance over at Lithana and the rest of the party. These ones seem to think, or they have been told by the shogunate,
Shogunate.
that they cause trouble, that they are something that need to be eradicated.
Oh,
They have
trouble?
They doubt that after what I've told them, but they wanted to hear more from someone maybe more familiar.
I am familiar.
Kind of like step back some and gesture to Lithana. Perhaps you should speak for your group, Lithana.
Sure, I can do that. And she will look at Zido and Eli. Feel free to jump in if I miss anything. We were sent to, I guess, help the land, and just wanted to get a better idea of the ZB. And
there is a buzzing noise, and you all hear whispering going around you, all above you. Just this low-toned whispering noise that's mixed in with the buzzing of the insects. And the individual continues to, was regarding Red, now turns its cloaked head towards you, and still clasped in front of her, seated on this throne. You are here to help the land. Why would you, an outsider, do this? What benefit do you stand to gain?
Lithana motions over to Ender. Ender is our good friend, and he's part of our family, really.
Ender's
and
actually
from
not.
Here.
Ender's actually not in the room with you.
Oh, he's not? Where is he?
He's outside. He didn't enter the building with you.
Okay, Lithana would go grab Ender.
As you head outside, excusing yourself from Maggie, you can see now that Ender is standing out far away, not near this place. You can see him in the distance, standing and staring off towards the very center of this palm, if you will, the apex of this spire. What you would consider to be the center of the palm of this thing, of this stone spire. He's just staring off in the distance. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword.
Hey, Ender. I'd like you to speak with Maggie a bit, if that's all right.
You're calling out to him. He turns and he looks in your direction, and you can see that he almost has a pained look on his face as he comes back towards you. And he's looking around, just sort of throwing side glances all around him, a scowl on his face. And he walks back into the lookout with you.
Sorry, Maggie. This is our good friend Ender. He has become like family to our group. And this is his land from before. So he came back to help in his way.
Oh. I have a record of all the clans from all over the marches. Any of them are gone. And she reaches down now to the side of her chair and pulls out a book, sets it in her lap, and starts flipping through it. All the banners for each of the clans here. Ashta, Eberron, Torrn. Many long gone, lost, forgotten. Tell me, Rodin, what clan are you from? And Ender seems to bristle at this question. He says, I'm from the Go clan. And Maggie is flipping through the pages, stops at one of the pages and looks and says, Oh, I see. My condolences. You are from one of the lost clans. So, my question to all of you is, you want to help the land. You seem to be interested in the undefeated, the Zaduk's Bane, as you refer to them. What exactly do you want with them?
Well, what are they about? What do they stand for?
The ZB are the remnants. Most of them consisting of Ashta, some of Eberron, some Torrn. Not all samurai, you must understand. They are disorganized and scattered across the marches. They have been for quite some time. To seek an audience with them now is, well, I must apologize. They are a bit rudderless and a bit without leadership, following, and she trails off. Following the destruction of the Enclave and Zereshak. Following the deaths of Darik and Kundarashta, and the scattering and shattering of the Triumvirate. The samurai, you must understand, that follow the shogun are doing so because they have been deceived and misguided. I do not wish to see harm on those misguided, poor, unfortunate souls. But I have come to terms and accept that blood may be spilt in order to remove the deceiver.
And who is the deceiver?
Well, he is the one to which Zaduk's Bane takes their name. The Shogun, Zaduk Konton. When he rose to power, everyone rejoiced. It was a joining of the people, once again unified. We were going to rebuild this land. However, over time, many of the dragon-marked humans and half-orcs were forced to labor and find more and more dragon shard for the shogunate. I am told that the triumvirate attempted to intervene in this forced labor. Unfortunately, that was not too long before the destruction of the Enclave, to my understanding. So you could say the undefeated, the lost ones, the last clans are more of an idea. They are the remnants of House Thrask. We have all heard that folk outside of the marches are peace-seeking, and since the signing of the treaty after the war, they have helped each other out. Unfortunately, the Shadow Marches do not fall under the umbrella of Galifar's code of justice. We are cut off. We have our own ways. Perhaps we were foolish to think that we could handle it ourselves. The marches were once a glorious, democratic place. But infighting and the eventual rise of this deceiver have left them shattered. Of course, everyone knows this. Everyone who is native of these lands, that is. So I ask you once again, what do you want with the ZB?
Lithana looks over at everyone. Well, if I'm totally honest, telling the truth is not exactly my specialty. And she kind of fidgets. But I think your people, or you deserve the true answer. We were sent by the shogunate to take out the leaders of the ZB.
And as soon as you say that, she stands up and thumps her stick on the ground in this place, and the sound of the buzzing ceases. And she is just staring at you. And from beneath her hood, you can see now glowing lines where her face is, illuminating and creating a light source which frames her features. And she says, "Many have tried. Not much left of me to take. You are here to kill me, to kill the children of the marches in his name." Be on with it. And she now begins to tear her robe open, exposing her neck and her face and throwing back her hood.
Lithana takes her bow from around her back and her arrows, and she drops it on the floor. She takes her scimitar and drops it on the floor as well.
And you can see now this woman is she's looking at you. As she's taken her hood down, she is openly weeping. Like, all around her face, starting now, you can see with her hair is still matted and slicked back, exposing her forehead, her eyes, that makeup that had been covering when she was in Gutter Guts the night prior. You can see as it's gone, you can now see this elaborate Sybaris dragon shard, which covers her face. And she looks at you, Lithana. She begins looking around the room. She looks at this gesture that you've made of throwing your weapons down. Is that not what you're here for? To stamp out House Thrask in his name?
It was what we were sent for, but we'll make our own decision. Right now, we just want advice.
Whoa. What about the coin?
What about the coin?
This
Yeah,
one has nothing to do with your deal.
If he has coin, we could always kill him and take it.
Well, that wasn't what I had in mind either, but
Lithana looks over at Enderd and then looks over to T-Dye and says, I wouldn't mind that. I don't think Enderd would mind either. That's what she wanted to do the whole time, Enderd, wasn't it?
Ender just looks to all of you, looks towards this openly weeping woman, and says, this group has been my family. Some would say a replacement for my own. I may not mention it or bring it up often, but I have grown fond of all of them. I had a personal connection with Zaduk long ago. You say, and of course, we have heard things. If you say that he is the architect of what has been happening to these people, to my people, I have no choice but to rise up against him. And he looks to each of his friends now. If that is what we are here to do, if we are not here to find the ZB and expose them to the shogunate, then why are we here? We came to this place to find people who were trying to help this place that had gone missing. I feel like we've all forgotten that. Eli's very organization sent us here. Zito found evidence that other people have come here and tried to help. Seems like everyone but the shogunate are trying to help the people of the marches. My people are gone. My family is gone. I have, for a long time now, thought that my purpose was to find a good death. But perhaps this is my purpose. Coming back, being here, helping you all. As Red, your friends mentioned, your journey, your path. Perhaps this is mine. I am Go-Ender of the Marches, but I am also Go-Ender of my friends. I will follow them anywhere. I have pledged myself that much. I will follow by your lead. And Ender just becomes very quiet now.
Well, if there's anything that I can do to take a stand and gain a foothold in the war against the azure sky, I'll take it.
Maggie now looks at you, Lathana, and says, you keep mentioning that azure sky. The Shogunate's personal air superiority here in the Marches. What do you know of it?
Lithana's face clouds for a second. Too much.
But that is not exactly helpful.
All I know that is, in the name of the azure sky, I was mind-controlled and manipulated into killing an entire innocent village of men, women, and children, and set on fire. And if that doesn't say what the azure sky is, then I don't know what does. And it seems like what's happened here in the swamp is really no different. Just chaos, death, decay, manipulation. Using leaders as pawns and letting the dreaming dark in. Little by little.
Maggie now composes herself, drying her tears with the sleeve of her robe, and says, well, before we can deal with that, and you're noticing, each of you, that this elderly, crotchety voice and demeanor has started to be sort of evaporate as she's standing a bit taller and sounding much younger. And looks to all of you and says, the Shogun and the azure sky are a threat, yes. But if you want to assist this land, and you want to help the ZB, yes?
Well, I think we want to help the people.
Yes. If you want to help the people, then our most pressing concern is taking care of this threat, this current threat. there is a hunger that has had its eye on this place for a while. It has whittled away the people of Heartham, drawing them away into the deep wood. I'm sure you have heard about it.
As you're talking about the shifters.
Shifters, humans, half-orcs, people who bear the mark of finding. Small folk, large folk, anyone who would lend an ear to the speakers in the town. They, the ZB, will not come together until they have a leader, until they have, or until they establish once again a reason to rise above the shattered clans, their status. With as scattered as weakened as we are, until the threat in the Deepwood is taken care of, I don't feel as though the clans will come together. They will continue to diminish, helping the people in the small ways that they have, until we are all taken over by these outsiders who have been allowed to fester in this place. What do you all know of the aberrations that roam these lands now?
Are you talking about the mind flayers?
The mind flayers. Yes, I've heard that word. I've heard that phrase whispered. Whispers of something called the Overmind. You'll find the speakers and their people have left their marks all over town. You just look side of a tree, side of a building, you might find their scripture written. Folk who have left and have returned under their thrall, doing unspeakable acts, defacing the very homes that have been here for generations.
What was it called again? The Deep Mind?
The Overmind. It is a very powerful entity. Something that has been hungering over this place for quite some time. Has been hungering over the people, wanting to supplant myself. They have come to me, you know, the speakers, asking me to speak for them. They did so many months ago, but I knew immediately that there was something wrong with these people. They have been touched by a darkness that I can't fathom or comprehend. If you want to help the people, then you must defeat this Overmind. Then, and only then, will the clans rise up, choose new leaders, and take back what the shogunate has taken from us all.
So, question.
Is that Sabrina question or Lithana question?
Lithana's asking her brain.
Okay.
Did Tamir or her uncle ever mention the Overmind?
No, but you can make an Arcana check.
Oh gosh.
So, Lithana, with a 14, you would have the very basic idea that the Overmind refers to something having to do with the realm of madness. That it has something to do with an old gatekeeper legend. The gatekeepers being the order of druids that sealed away the Dalkir and saved this world from the menace of the Dalkir lords. So sometime at one point in time when you were reading through the really boring lessons growing up, scribbling in your your book, your notes in the margins, maybe you came across a reference to it, and you just happen to bring it up when it's mentioned to you. So you have a general idea that it has something to do with Zoriat, the realm of madness.
Well, that's definitely connected with the Dark Cure, the realm of madness, and the azure sky. It all seems to be coming together.
And Maggie now looks at all of you and says, "Will you help the people?"
I thought that's what we've been doing.
Will you continue to help the people?
Of course.
Well, my vote's in.
You have my bow.
And my staff.
And my
And
keytar.
forward.
And music's guitar. And Red's sword covered in skulls.
And I'll carry the ring.
And he'll carry the ring. You will be the fellowship of the Overmind.
Let's drink to it. I've got something in here somewhere. It's hero's blood, I think.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, good lord.
Oh, did someone say drink? Where?
Yeah, it's just water.
Enjoy. Here.
So was there anything else that you wanted to do up here on the lookout with Maggie?
Did she want to talk to me about anything separate? I know she told me last time I saw her to come find her. I don't know if that was separate.
She can tell you now. She don't have to make it separate if you want. She can tell you.
Okay.
She looks to you and she says, "I had hoped that the shifted hunters would take care of this, but they seem determined to hunt the Overmind. A few of your kin went into the Deepwood, hunting wares, and have not returned.
This one can look into their disappearance. and see that they make it back if they are still alive.
Was a brother and a sister, twins. Their mother has asked me for some time now, the last few days actually, to see if I could do something about it. Unfortunately, I have only... No, I've learned that they are somewhere in the deep wood. I do not exactly know where.
Know which way they were headed.
The northeast. Beyond the entrance into the caverns. Not in the caverns themselves, but in the deep wood beyond the entrance. And Maggie's referring to this area, this stone bit of a raised area that's to the northeast of the village that resembles like a head and a mouth, a dilapidated face. The mouth of the cavern, of which is the mouth of this stone edifice, and that's of course you would know where the shifters play their game Herzrak, their full contact sport that they like to play. It's also where they sell the tours. That's actually where they have a little shack set up there where they sell tours of the surrounding area around Heartham. One of which would be, technically, you guys are on a tour right now, a self-guided tour of the Titan's Reach.
Did you get those cassette tapes, Well? Those
Yeah.
little Walkman guides?
No handouts were given, unfortunately.
Oh, it means we gotta read the plaques.
And this is separate from the issue that Talon and Swift talked about with the missing shifters. Those are the...
You get a feeling that it's similar, but Talon and Swift were more interested in going deeper into the deep wood.
Okay.
They explained to you that they were trying to find this commune, that where they believe all of your people have been going.
All right. This one will do what she can to find the missing twins. You have my word.
Thank you. I apologize for the ruse. And she's now referring to herself, her demeanor changing. There are many who would not want me to be alive right now.
They will have to go through me.
I appreciate that. If there's nothing else, nothing that I can do to assist you in your journey, then I leave it to you. If you have any questions at all, you know where to find me.
I have one thing.
And Maggie now looks to you, Eli. Yes.
How old are you?
I am long-lived for a half-orc. This is true. I am not quite as old as my uncle. the Sybaris dragon shard has a tendency to extend lives. Doesn't always act the same way for all. I was a child when the last war began.
Eli will pull out a potion of longevity. Do you think this would help you?
And she looks to you and she just sort of chuckles and looks down and says, I am not quite up there in my years that I would need such a thing, but I appreciate the offer. Perhaps I was not exactly clear. The ruse that putting on of airs, of resembling a much frailer person, was to give the appearance of that I was not someone that needed to be paid attention to.
I see.
If you
So
understand,
you're not an old woman.
if you understand my meaning.
Yes, of course. Using magic. Good one. I like that.
And how old are you, sir?
How old are you that you need a potion like that, Eli?
Oh, me? I was holding it on long, just in case.
You don't have to lie to us.
I am only 27.
In spirit?
No, in age.
In decades.
27 decades.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I am only a half elf. I don't live that long.
Or so he would have us believe.
But I do seek immortality. There are many things I can do, you see. Right? Am I right?
After our meetings with the genie and stuff like that, I wouldn't be surprised to find out you've already done it.
Speaking of genies, I wonder what Zephyr's up to.
This one thinks that the magic man should play less with fate.
Well said.
Fate, magic, it's fun to play.
Until you lose.
Well, I haven't lost yet. You could consider me lucky.
Lucky,
True enough. High five.
reckless. It is all the same.
Very reckless.
Lithana gives a fist bump to Eli.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's cool that you're reckless, Eli.
Before you all go, since we're becoming more familiar with each other, exactly what brought you all here to this place? Clearly you're not of all of this land.
The astral plane.
The astral plane. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few things.
He's not lying.
We were brought here by airship. Eli's airship.
You have an airship.
Yes.
Is it close by? Why didn't you bring your airship here?
Well,
He's upgrading it.
I
by
see.
the people that are
Better equipped to upgrade than us.
and work for the deceivers, so things might start getting a little tricky.
Your ship is in the marches?
Yes.
But not
It
with
is at
you.
the capital. It is at the capital being upgraded by a warforge.
It is in Zarashak.
Why does
Yes.
he got to be a warforged? Why can't he have a name?
Sorry, music.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He's
okay,
he's
good.
just a warforged.
Well, he was kind of a strange Warforged, like sex legs, looks like Spider-Man.
Most of us are pretty strange.
Aren't we all?
True enough.
Oh no, Ashley lost connection.
You did ask what sent us here.
What was your original purpose for coming to the marches?
Who I work for? I am a part of the 12.
You are dragon-marked elf.
Yes, indeed. How else would I pilot an airship?
What's the 12?
We are a magic group, you can say. A very, very, very powerful magic group.
Well, I know a couple other bards. Could we start calling ourselves the 3?
It's a lot more than 3 bards. The 12 is made up of hundreds of wizards.
Then why are you called the 12?
Good question. I think
It's referred to the 12 dragon-marked houses. The 12 is essentially, the Tower of the 12, which is a very, very large floating fortress in the nation of Karnath. And it's essentially a place where dragon-marked spellcasters go to study magic.
Oh, have I ever met any other Warforged bards?
I don't know, have you?
I don't think so. So from this point on, I am known as the 1. If I meet another bard who's Warforged, we will be known as the 2. And we'll progress from there.
well, I guess it could work like that. But you are missing a giant floating fortress.
Or am I?
Good point. I've never seen your house before.
Get me back to the astral plane, and I know of a big one we could take hold of.
So
You just have to fight a giant lizard.
you were all sent here by the 12.
Yes, we are in search of some people who went missing. They also were trying to help the marshes.
And she just sort of look, she rubs her hand over her face for a moment and she says,
I'm not with the 12, though. I'm actually here on behalf of the barding organization known as the 1.
you wouldn't happen to be familiar with a gatekeeper known as Clan Torrn, would you?
Jeremy, does Eli know of a gatekeeper?
Gatekeeper Clan Torrn was the the half-orc druid that sent you all on this quest.
Oh, yes. Yes, he sent us on this quest.
Orlev sent you.
Yes, what's wrong with that?
There's nothing. This would have taken much less time had you had mentioned that. Would have been much less theatricality, if you will, had I known that. So you were all sent by the 12 here to find spellcasters, and somehow managed to get yourselves wrapped up in the shogunate's need to extinguish the freedom fighters.
Yeah, but that's part of Ender. That you could blame him.
Ender just sort of he looks at you, gives you the biggest just ugly look, staring.
Does he notice the minor illusion where I've got an arrow pointing down at him above his head?
I don't know, does he?
I don't know.
And is it pointing down at Ender's head or Eli's head?
It's directly above Ender, pointing down at his head. I'm agreeing with Eli.
He notices. He looks up and just sort of shakes his head and continues to stare daggers at Eli.
Yeah, Eli totally did that, not me.
Ender says, we were offered coin to find the ZB. That's it.
Looks like we found them. We should get our pay. We should collect our reward.
By all means, Eli, why don't you just magic us up, Mr. Magic Man, back to Zarashak, back into the heart of the enemy territory, since apparently they're the enemy.
Okay, I'll start drawing the teleportation circle.
You know what's funny though is if we go back and kill these guys, we can get our money.
I'm just kidding. Halfway through the teleportation circle.
Why'd you stop? You want me to finish it?
Eli, you said you had a plan?
Yes, of course.
What's your plan,
She looks at him
magic man?
expectantly.
Oh, you want to? This is the where I tell you my plan. But it wouldn't be a very good idea if I told you, right?
Don't tell them, Eli. They probably wouldn't understand it anyway. You're just gonna have to trust him on it, guys.
No, actually, it'd be a better idea if you told us so we could give feedback. You know?
Well, see, we haven't decided yet. Is she bad or good?
You're saying this in front of her?
Yeah.
Red
Lithana's like,
Didn't we all
Lithana's
just
like,
decide?
just looks at him like, really?
Yeah, I growl.
I think we decided she's good.
Where were you for like the past 3 minutes, Eli?
I was thinking of coin.
Oh, I think you were thinking about George.
His new
People
son.
think you should think less of coin and more of morals.
His unborn son, George.
His unborn son, George.
I think he was staring off into a faraway plane using his magic to watch a game in which they play a game with ball and a pigskin.
What was that? What was that game called? Ballfoot?
That's the one.
Sounds about right.
Footerball?
Yes, I've read
No,
about that
Bigfoot.
in a book.
What?
Ball's
What?
foot sounds amazing. You should play that.
Well, so here's the plan. He kind of looks at Maggie. I like you. So the airship is get fixed, and the airship flies over here, loads a bunch of ZB soldiers on board, and we go right over to Shogun's palace, and we all attack at once.
That is one way. Perhaps we can talk about that further.
I've got a better idea.
What's your better idea than my awesome airship that can blow that whole city to pieces?
We go back and get the awesome monster in the astral plane and zap it over there.
I like that thought.
That could result in the loss of innocence.
Oh yeah.
Maggie now says, as I stated before, I understand that bloodshed may be had before this transfer of power occurs. Perhaps you can be a bit more subtle when the time comes to strike.
Subtle.
Okay.
I like big bangs. I live for them. That is why I became a wizard.
Well then, there goes my idea for a giant astral monster.
I'm in. I approve.
Well, I can deal more in subtlety. But if the whole town goes against us, or if the Dalacord get word of this, then we're going to have big trouble. Then
Did
we're
you
going
know
to
that-
need an astral monster.
Did you notice a bard in this court?
Where?
The shogunate. Did he have a bard?
He had a servant who was a kobold.
We could always check and see if he's hiring. Then I
No,
can get into the court and find out
didn't
information
have
for you.
he didn't have a kobold servant. He had a mostly orc and half-orc people at his floating palace. You remember many samurai, many soldiers.
Well, if we can get a way to get all of you to meet in a hurry, then I could go apply for a job there as a bard. Wait till he's alone. Everybody come in, and boom, power switch complete.
I'm also able to disguise, so maybe if we can.
Yeah, get a couple of us in the building. We'll infiltrate his organization completely. And one night while he's, having a drink and getting ready to go to bed, we just pop in there and stab him while he's got his pants down. Problem solved. Transfer power complete.
This one is not particularly. How do you say? I stand out.
That's why we need a way to teleport you in. Because when the time comes, I'll be there and I'll bring you in. And you can have a whole bedroom full of scary.
I have a plan.
Maggie puts a hand up to silence you all, and she says, I know you all have a lot of thoughts and plans, and I'm sure you want to go over this until you come to a resolution that sounds good for you. If you want to go off on your own clandestine operation, separate from the ZB without speaking to them first, that's up to you. But as
we have the option to talk to them?
Yes. As I stated before you can even speak to them, they are leaderless and scattered. If you want to assist in reuniting them, then you will all have to prove yourselves. And as I stated,
I'm okay with that.
Helping the
Well,
land, helping the people with our problem is a way. It is not the only way to gain their trust, but it is a way.
That's probably going to be our best route, guys, because if we just pop over there and assassinate this guy, we're going to create a power vacuum. And the next person jumps into place might be worse than the current one. We need to get everybody together on the same page first and actually have a full structured plan before we go over there and start just killing people.
I agree.
This one thinks if we can help the shifters and we can deal with the giant worm plaguing the deep woods, it might be a step in the right direction.
Actually, the worm was a separate thing. That was basically like a game hunt that we were all put on to by the goblins that you met at Gutter Guts.
It still comes with renown, though.
Well, about that.
Yeah, you guys are just kind of like schlubs at this point. No one really knows who you all are.
Well, they know a little bit, because Zender drank the hero's blood.
Exactly. You guys have begun to make a name for yourselves around here.
Those goblins work for the mind flayers.
Oh, is that your theory?
It's not a theory, it's true.
Okay.
How do you know that?
Based on the way they talk. Very simple. See, I come to the conclusion.
See, now I think Eli is racist.
No, I'm not racist.
He's racist towards goblins.
They were looking to kill big game, big worm, and they're bringing that worm back to creatures who want to experiment on it. We ran into many different creatures. Remember the octopus on the boat that was experimented with? They killed that. They told me they killed that.
You mean that baby kraken? That wasn't.
Yes.
That was an actual baby kraken. That wasn't.
No,
Anyway,
that was not.
Yeah, that was a baby kraken.
No, that was actually a mind flayer spawn.
Are you talking
Alright.
about the dragon?
That too.
All right, boys. Well, before we
Maggie-
decide
Maggie is
if it's a
very-
baby kraken or not.
Maggie is very confused just listening to this exchange.
All right, guys. Baby kraken or not baby kraken? I think. What are we going to do next? We said we would meet. Zido, you had someone to meet at the tavern. Ari wanted to get some nicotine-induced
Candy!
chocolates.
Auri yells out,
And-
"Candy!" Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure that they're drugged, but anyways. Anything else we need to do? And what time is it right now, too?
It's like midday. It's like around noon.
I get to build George.
120
Oh.
days later.
I'm gonna look at Maggie and say, if you think this is weird, you should have seen the Astral Dreadnought.
Oh, yeah.
And she looks at you and says, "I will take your word for it."
Yeah.
Oh, hey, and Zito, didn't you need to fix something back at Gutter Guts or something?
Yeah, I need to refine this dragon stone first.
The dragon shard?
Yeah, the dragon shard.
Didn't you just win some Dragon Shard?
It was raw dragon stone. I need to refine it.
Alright, well, let's head in that direction and maybe we can spend the day doing all of that. Yeah? No?
Sounds good to me.
Sounds like a plan.
In answer to your question, Derek, it's only been a week since they began to work on those repairs or
Oh.
upgrades.
Well, I must find supplies. I have 120 days to chill.
So Eli wants to chill. Zito, you want to go back to Gutter Guts? You want to finish your task with Millie?
Yep.
Auri mentioned Candy, emphatically so.
So, my understanding, we're going to be here for several days.
Well, according to Eli, he needs to chill for 120 days.
Well, I'd like to start the process of trying to sell off some of our excess gear we have then.
Okay.
Specifically, the 2 living armors.
Gotcha.
Then the airship will be ready, and George will be born.
George.
So, to peel the curtain back a bit, in order to accomplish what Eli is trying to accomplish, it will take 6 months of downtime. That's 6 months in-game of downtime.
Yeah.
It's a lot of downtime.
I don't think we have enough time for that.
What are you
Well-
trying to do again? What is it? Who's George?
How about we assassinate the Shogunate while Eli does that?
I think we still need to help in the deep woods first.
Yeah. Well, I mostly just want to sell this armor so I can get me some nicer armor.
Okay.
You
So
could-
you
Go
You could-
over to Coolers. Something cooler.
cooler heads prevail.
Yeah.
Could totally go do that. Go see about selling off those.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be interested in buying them, but, given some time, maybe he could find somebody, maybe he could help me find somebody who wants them.
Sure. So, got a general idea of what everyone wants to do. So my question to you all is, what would you all like to do as the group next? Like
We'll hunt the giant worm.
like immediately, like today, I should say.
We want to go refine that dragon stone and dragon shard and fix the trash compactor.
Okay. So you're all heading back to Millie's?
And then
Or not,
get chocolate.
I said Millie's. I meant Mackinac.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we could all, like, we could kind of split the party and Zito goes back.
Is
Alright,
Eli able to
with-
stop during the process of his build and pick back up on it later?
You don't have to, like, completely 100% focus, all that at once. You can piecemeal it out. Like, you don't have to, like, start it and then you have to keep doing that downtime to finish it.
Well, how much downtime would it take to do what everybody else needs to do, like selling off the armor and stuff like that, or anything else anybody else has to do right now, and Eli can get started on it?
Well, it takes about a week of downtime to sell a magic item, usually. About 5 days.
Would that be for both of them, or do I need 2 weeks?
It depends. You'd need to go talk to Cooler first, to Can Cooler. If that's who
Gotcha.
you wanted to go try and sell it to. Your knowledge of the marches is that this place is really the closest place that's going to have someone that would be the first start of trying to find someone to buy it from you.
Okay. Well, from music's perspective, then I want to sell those 2 pieces of armor and try to find me some new armor that'll suit me, because I'm target practice right now.
Okay.
What does everybody else need to do? Except for Eli, we know what he needs to do. He needs George in his life now.
He needs George. Give me George.
Sabrina, do you have anything you need to do in downtime?
Lithana would try to keep calling her cousin Arduin and ask her where her children are.
Arwen?
I mean, not Arduin, sorry. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Zara! My first character.
How are you trying to call your cousin?
Wait. She has to send a message.
You got any paper birds?
No, I don't.
Pretty sure you can get some in town.
Might take a while to get a response from the paper bird.
Can anyone cast send message other than Eli?
I probably can. Let me just see.
I think if red shots are really loud, that can count as the same thing.
No, I just have the message cantrip. I don't have send message.
You say if I shouted really loud?
Yeah, if you shout loud enough, that can act as the same way.
This one can try.
If you can find somebody who could teach me the spell, though, I could do it.
Oh, Lithana would like to learn how to send message. Wait, hold on. I just remembered. Jeremy, in my backstory, Tamir teaches me how to send message. No, he doesn't. He knows how to send message. Is there anyone that can teach me in town how to do that?
Doesn't Eli know how to do it? Did he teach you?
Can Eli teach me?
There's no way to teach you.
He could write it down on a scroll, though, and he could teach it to me.
The only way that you could personally do it is either by obtaining a magic item that allows you to cast the spell, or to study for years how to become a wizard or a spellcaster.
Yeah, it's a level 3 spell.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
But
Unfortunately, the only means at the moment that you're aware of obtaining that spell would be to go through a second party, as in, i.e., Eli.
Our hold on, I'm forgetting my class names.
Or should I say third party?
Zito can't make one?
I don't know. Can Zito send message?
I don't have the spell, but I do have a ring of sending from the Impentu Arcanum that I know Lathana is an member of. I'm not sure if she still has the ring though.
Have you tried it before, or did you just use the message spell?
I believe we just used the message spell.
I don't think I've ever used this stone.
You can try the ring if you like.
Or
If
the
you
ring.
are attuned to it, you can. If
It's always been attuned.
If Zara possesses the ring and is attuned to it, she can hear you.
Yep. Might as well do it with Samael as well, since Zito is going to activate his ring and see if he can call Lathana, or not Zara.
Call Lathana. Hey, Lathana.
Samael.
She's right over there. Just say hi.
I think she's currently hanging out with Olaf.
Who's Olaf?
You mean that? If I remember correctly, there was something called a moving picture show with a creature made of snow. Music has seen a lot of weird stuff in his time.
Yes, there's this box that had moving pictures in it, and they sang the song.
Something about letting things go.
That was it.
Like dead relatives after you stabbed them?
Everything go. All of it.
Let all of it go.
Maybe that should be my new,
And then she made a giant
Theme
ice
song.
fortress.
Now I like that part.
Oh, you've seen it too, Eli.
No, she's a giant ice fortress. That's cool.
You
He
want
likes to sing that
giant
song
ice
in the
fortress?
shower.
Let
Zita,
it go. Let it go.
Hey, let's
Doesn't
not
go
get
like
let's not get copyright struck, okay? If you sing more than 3 seconds of that, we will get copyright struck. Now I have to cut that.
hey,
Nah, it's
you
fine.
know what? That was a cover.
Oh, they don't
Yes.
care. They don't
Where are
care.
you?
They don't care. The house that the mouse built will come after you if you sing more than 3 seconds. They want their money.
Wow.
But
They're
I-
the real Azure Sky.
Yeah, but I digress. So Zito, you want to try to use your ring, or did
Yes.
Lathana? Did you want to try to use your ring, or even attuned to your ring?
I'll try to use Zito's
So
stone or ring.
well, Zito you can only use it if you're attuned to it. So Zito can try to use it for you. He can
And
try-
Zita, we can try to make a picture box later too.
Don't they already have those things?
Yeah.
Do you have one on you?
Actually, if I remember correctly, Eli's carrying around something like it in his bag.
Oh, yes. Would you like me to pull it out? The Atlas slate?
Lathana gives him the evil eye.
Are you pulling it out of your bag?
No, not for Athana. She slaps hard.
Give it to me later. I'll bind it to another plane. There's no telling what'll come through.
All right. Zito, what would you like to say?
He's going to trust this to both Zara and Samael. So there's a Zara, Samael, are either of you there?
There's a sound. It sounds a bit like staticky and kind of far away, And you hear a voice, but it's incomprehensible. It sounds like the voice is garbled. Sounds feminine. And you can hear a steady thumping noise. Like the sound of something big. Bassy machinery noise. Like a great many cogs turning. And you continue to hear that sort of garbled noise. This person is attempting to say something, but it sort of drifts off. And it's very difficult to hear them. All you can hear is the sound of whatever this machinery is thumping, this droning bass. And then the sound goes out. In regards to trying to contact Samael, unfortunately, you hear nothing.
Well, that tells me where he's at now.
Can I try and distinguish where exactly I heard Lathana or whoever was on the receiving end coming from?
Well, Lathana's right next to you, so you can
I'm sorry, Zara.
You can determine that Lathana's right over there.
Oh, there you are, Lathana.
And in your mind's eye, just imagine me pointing in a direction.
I'd like to point out that nobody gets Samael and music mixed up.
So you're trying to do exactly what, Zito, in regards to the sound?
I'm trying to figure out, where exactly would those sounds be coming from? Like, what would be making those sounds? Is she some sort of factory or in one of those Colossal Warforged stuff like that?
I'll tell you what, make it a perception check. We'll say that this is as you were listening to the sound. Let's see how well you're able to determine what you're hearing.
I'll be a 14.
With a 14, it definitely sounds like wherever she is, it's somewhere with as you would think, maybe something like a factory. You definitely heard the sounds. You could make out the sounds of cogs and machinery, like clockwork machinery. And then in that...
Did Lathana hear it too?
Yeah, the sound actually came out of the ring. Like a tiny little Bluetooth speaker.
Maybe she's at her weapons factory.
Does that sound familiar? Since Lathana would know the sound of her weapon factory.
Oh no. This does not sound remotely familiar to you. And the very weak noises, this incomprehensible language, it was a language. It was an incomprehensible language to you.
Did I hear it?
I don't know, did you? You're passive of 10? What were you doing while he was doing that?
Thinking about George.
Exactly. Unfortunately, you wouldn't have heard it was so low, you would have had to have been standing directly next to Zito when it came off.
But I may not know very much.
What was her husband's name again?
She had a husband? She was married? Really?
Yeah, she was married. They just got married when I first met them. At least... Yeah, I think they were on their honeymoon.
What was his name?
I don't remember.
It wasn't Samael, was it?
No, it wasn't Samael.
Zara likes big boys, itty bitty boys, Mississippi boys. Sorry, now I'm gonna get copyright struck.
Yep, go ahead and take that out.
Yep. Edit.
Well,
Yep.
if she's married, then definitely could call her husband if you remembered his name.
I don't remember his name.
Ryan doesn't remember his name, or Zito doesn't remember his name? That's what I'm asking.
Both.
Oh, well, Ryan would know that his name was Nick or Nicholas. He was the junior inquisitor, but I don't know if Zito knows that or not.
And he had a badge.
I'll tell you what. I don't want to be a jerk about it. So just make an intelligence check.
Let's see.
See if you can remember his name. You have no idea.
Was it Noah?
I have an idea.
You think that his name was Nick? You're not sure what that's short for. It could have been Nicodemus. You don't
Nicodemus
recall,
sounds right.
You don't recall his last name, unfortunately.
You describe her, and I'll send her a message.
No, remember, you already did that. It didn't
Describe
work.
Nicodemus?
No, describe her.
No, but you
Who's her?
already did that.
Yeah, Zito just did that with the ring.
The
But
ring
Eli,
don't.
You did it before, and well, she didn't trust you.
See, the ring is audible. Sending is only in your mind.
Yeah, sending is a mental thing, whereas the ring actually
Oh.
creates sound. It picks up sound around it.
You can reply without saying anything around.
Oh, okay. Well, she has dark, almost like very curly hair, very almost afro-like curly hair, very pale skin and green eyes. She's a half-elf, and she's a little younger than me. Her name is Zara. Zara Aisha. But if she's married, then maybe she has a different last name.
What would you like me to say?
Like High Hill or something like that.
This say your name, calling on for Lithana.
Haunting
Just
it.
called-
Haunting at Hill House.
Yes, just called your ring. No, don't say that.
Would you like
I
to
was-
think about this? You don't have to do it right now. If you want to kind of think about it before you do it. I mean, technically, you could just keep doing this over and over again, however many spell slots that Eli has at the moment.
Yeah, maybe I'll think about it. I'm taking up a lot of time on this, so.
No, this is all.
We
This
can-
is all good. This is all you guys. This is good RP between all of you. This is the first time that that you've really discussed it in front of music, I think.
Do you guys want me to keep going, or do you guys want me to do with the other tasks first? Do it
Go
after.
ahead.
Okay, just say, this is Eli calling from Lithana. I'm worried about you. Where are you? Do you know where the kids are? And that's it.
That gets it off. So 25 words. He smiles, holds up his hand.
Okay. And do you send the message?
Waiting for a tip. I'm just kidding.
Slip Eli a little gold coin. Come on.
You know what?
Toss a coin to your wizard. Oh, Valley of Plenty.
You know what? She
I'm
will.
gonna call this episode Copyright Strike.
No. So what she will do? She will pull out a gold coin, She will put it in his hand, but then she will turn his hand over. The coin falls back in her hand, and she will kiss the top of his hand. But she takes her
Aw.
coin back.
Oh,
Cast Sending.
must make a Constitution saving throw. Just kidding. All right, so you're casting Sending, and that's what you wish to say.
Yes, that is what I wish to say.
Okay. You receive back a few words. Garbled. Language you don't understand. Series of words. Not quite 25.
I'm gonna try to write it down. Does it have any sounds?
Well, I can tell you that you don't understand this language. Do you have any means of interpreting or understanding it when you heard it, or after the fact, or do you
Only if
have to
yeah.
use magic first?
I have to read it.
You have to read it.
I can understand any language if I read it.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, this is spoken in your mind.
Ha!
So if you would, I'll tell you what, if you would like to attempt to draw on paper what you interpret, what you heard, you can.
Yeah, I'd like to attempt it.
You gonna attempt it?
Yeah.
Okay. It should be fairly easy for you. Make an intelligence check. You have no idea. It just sounds like someone is vomiting in your ears.
I'll use luck.
Wait,
It's guttural. It's harsh. Yeah, you don't get to keep rolling the check over and over again. Unfortunately, you couldn't understand it from that message that you received.
Using
back.
luck.
You're using luck?
Yes.
Okay. You're able to pick out some symbols. They don't resemble any sort of writing that you've ever seen before. But you're able to pick out some of it. A few words.
Somebody has a ball. How do I describe it? When we were in the vault, there was a scrying globe. If I could see that, I could maybe read words.
And
Who has
that's a good question. Who has it?
I think R.
Who has what?
does? This like ball of scrying.
Was
think Ari has
it was a
it?
crystal ball, actually.
Yay, yeah.
Doesn't Ari have that?
I think so.
Ari says, "Yeah, I have that," and she presents a chocolate covered 6-inch crystal ball.
Do you mind if I butter this?
No, I don't mind. And she hands it to you.
I will take it.
It comes with this, and she hands you like a little bag with a drawstring. It feels like felt.
I'll take it both.
Okay, it'll take you about an hour to attune to this item.
I figured, and I will clean it up.
Okay,
All sticky.
it's very sticky. All right, so I take it you're all taking a short rest then? Is that what everyone's doing?
Just don't mind
I
me.
suppose.
I guess I'll use it to try to refine this dragon shard.
Okay. Yeah, you can totally do that during that. You have the equipment on you, your tools to do so. I would assume that you carry around your tinker tools with you.
Yeah.
Okay. An hour goes by. An hour later, Zito, you now possess the refined dragon shard. The Eberron dragon shard, it was within a multicolored stone that when some of them were cracked, resembled geodes. And you see these crystals with this crimson, pinkish crimson like veins running through the crystals. And you're able to refine the dragon shard, ready to head back to Gutterguts and complete your task. Eli, you spit wash your crystal ball. And does it take, do you have to take an hour to unattune to an item before you can take another hour to attune to it? How does attunement work?
I have no idea. I think it's just, I would attune to that item and I would lose attunement to my other item.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
If you wish to choose an item to lose attunement to, go ahead and do so now.
Oh, yeah. I already know which one.
All right, and you are now using the crystal ball to scry.
And now I will attempt to find Zara.
Okay. All right, let's see how this works. So, you have heard of them, so you have a +5 save modifier on your check. Let's see. You don't have a picture of them. A possession or garment of theirs.
Zito? Hey, Zito, do you have anything?
Why would I carry anything of Zara's?
I don't know. I thought they were creepy men.
Ah, not you, Eli.
I'm just kidding. No lock of hair?
No.
Well, this should be fun.
So right now it looks like you just get a +5 to your save. So that's a d20 +5, if you'd be so kind. And you're trying to focus on this person?
Yes.
16 +5, that's a 21. Your DC save modifier, or your DC save was a DC 17. Eli, your senses are suddenly overwhelmed. You have a sense that you're standing within a structure. There is illumination coming from something off in the distance. This pulsing, rainbow-like kaleidoscope of color. And you can see all around you these devices that are floating. And they seem to be attached in a webwork of tendrils that stretch out. And there are multiple layers of them, like a Dyson sphere, heading towards this light source that's far away from where you are. Looking around, you can see one of the pods closer up to you now. And from within this pod, you see an individual of raven, curly black hair, attached to this device, this almost pod-like structure. You see tendrils feeding into this individual's skin, piercing their skin at multiple points. They seem to be held aloft within this structure. And this person is moaning in pain. Eyes closed. You can see the eyes beneath the eyelids rapidly flicking about. And she's continuing to repeat what you heard in your mind over and over again, this garbled language. And then her eyes suddenly snap open, and all sound seems to deafen as it appears to be directly looking straight at you. And she says in perfect common, "He knows. He knows." And that's it. The image fades from sight.
But I have now seen the place where she is, so I can cast teleport.
You sure can. Well, you've seen this structure. You just don't know where it is. So you can attempt to teleport to it.
Eli will explain to Latana.
He will explain to Zara, "Hey, I just saw you floating up in the air." No, go ahead.
He'll explain to Latana where Zara is.
That's unfortunate. I hope she's okay.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Do you describe exactly what you see?
Yes.
Lothana, you are overcome with remorse, I assume, by this very, very strange description. Apparently your cousin is in danger.
Gosh.
Good thing it's just a cousin and not a brother or sister, right?
She was the one who got away, though. She was the one who escaped all this, and yet now she's...
Apparently not.
They got her. Which means they definitely have the children, too.
Do we need to go fix this?
I can take you to them.
Well, we'd better finish what we started here. You know, blow a hole in their ranks out here, and then maybe they'll know there'll be something to be reckoned with.
I mean, we could go set off a giant bomb terrorist style at the Capitol and then take the airship and leave. I'm sure they could figure it out the rest of the way on themselves here.
Well, that's not really caring about people. Then we're just as much the terrorist ourselves.
Oh, we actually really do. Oh, okay, yeah.
But fear not, there will definitely be a reckoning. For all my sisters, for Zara, for everyone.
And on that note, would you all like to finish your business down below the spire?
Sure.
If you're all in agreement.
Yeah.
Yes.
So on your own 2 feet, you're all heading back down the spiral staircase, the wind whipping around you, heading back towards the town. Takes about an hour to get down. It's a precarious adventure going up and down the spire. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Zito, you had headed back towards Gutter Guts, and you had paid off the half-orc who had tied with you and Ari, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yes, I already took the gold out of my account.
Okay. And I believe your next, if I'm not mistaken, I believe your next task was you were planning on installing this refined dragon shard back into the cylinder.
Yes, that'll be the next thing for Zito to do.
Okay. So as you all head around outside of the building, walking around the side back to the familiar odd rectangular shaped contraption attached to the back of the building, you see that nothing looks amiss. Doesn't look like anyone has messed with it. The panel is still hanging off of the side of it, just the way you left it.
Alright. Zito is going to make his way up towards the panel, pull out one of his dragon shards, and try to replace the burnt out one.
Okay. Well, it's actually a cylinder that you removed that was filled with this refined dragon shard.
Oh.
So you wanted to take out the burnt out coil of dragon shard, if you will, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and make a tinkering check as you begin to fill the cylinder up and try to put it back together after disassembling it.
Will this be like intelligence based?
Yep, it's intelligence based check.
That would be a 9.
Okay. You all watch as Zito, his fingers began to slip. The cylinder almost falls and breaks. It's about to hit the ground, and you just dump all of the refined dragon shard all over the ground. Would you like to attempt to save the cylinder?
Yes.
Okay.
Would it be possible to cast Feather Fall on it?
Is that a reaction or an action to do so?
It is a reaction.
It is a reaction. Okay, so you can cast Featherfall on it.
I will do that.
Okay, so what kind of components do you need to cast that spell?
Let me double check.
Okay.
And Featherfall. Where are you?
Meanwhile, behind you, you hear Eli snickering, and he says, "Geez, Zito, do you need a hand?" And you
Eli,
watch,
don't make fun of him.
you watch as
Keep telling me about how you don't want to build that iron golem.
You watch as a spectral hand has wafted off of Eli's and is sort of waggling a finger in front of your face.
Alright, so the material components are a small feather or a piece of down.
Okay, so you're able to fidget and pull out very quickly the components that you need in order to cast the spell, and you do it just in time, just before this crystal cylinder falls onto the sort of a mixture of gravel and dirt that's around the outside of this building, and you watch as it harmlessly falls to the ground. It kind of bounces slowly a little bit and then rests to a stop. And now you have a whole bunch of finely ground dragon shard, Eberron dragon shard dust all over the ground. It kind of resembles the sparkly, glittery sand that music turns into whenever he has a conniption and disappears.
Quick, cast mending.
I don't think mending's gonna work for these, but I definitely meant to do that. That's how you get these things unhinged without shocking yourselves with all the raw power inside a dragon shard.
Oh.
I'm an artificer, I would know this.
Of course you would.
I'm impressed.
And now Zito will begin the tedious process of putting all the dragon shards back where they belong.
Yeah, it's kind of like being at the beach and somebody knocked over your sandcastle. It's like little piles, a couple of piles of this finely ground, somewhat coarse sand-like crystalline substance.
And
while you're doing this, a familiar sound of the kobold Millie, as she comes around the corner, still using that strange harness leg-like device, this ambulatory device, and she's holding what looks like a pile of debris, and she's holding it. She comes around the corner, sees all of you, says, "Oh, you're back."
Yes, we got the dragon shard that we need.
And she looks at you and she looks at Auri. Both of you haven't really stated whether or not you've cleaned yourselves up from the gross muck that you collected on yourself from riding across the Zeratin fields. So she looks at both of you and she just sort of goes, "I see. It looks like you survived. That's great. About how long do you think it'll take for you to try to power it back up again?"
By looking at all the shards that Zidon used to put back in. Oops, sorry. How long do you think it'll take, Zito? Or how long do you think he'll take?
You don't think that it'll take you very long. Once you get the replacement element installed into the machine and you tinker with it again, under 20 minutes.
Zito will look up at Millie. It'll be about another 20, maybe 25 minutes at the most.
She looks at you and she says, "Well, that's wonderful. I do have some things that I wanted to get rid of, so I appreciate it. I have quite the pile." And she gestures beyond you, about a few meters away from you. You all see this pile of refuse of various objects.
You haven't been using the bag of holding? Or the bag of devouring that I gave you?
No, one of the patrons asked to take a look at it. I hope that's all right. He promised that he wouldn't do anything wrong or open it. He just said he wanted to study the material it was made out of.
Who took the bag?
Oh, some man calls himself Leopold. He said that he was gonna go down to the what's that place? Oh, Vaughn's place, the bakery down the way, and then he was gonna come back.
So he took my bag and went to the bakery?
Oh no, the bag is in the inn. I have it behind the counter. I didn't want one of the patrons to accidentally get their arm eaten off.
Oh.
Based on the description of what you gave me, I felt it would be prudent if I didn't let someone mess with it.
Oh, thank you for not letting them leave with it.
Oh, of course, I would never. This is your property. But anyway, I'm going to let you get back to what you're doing. If you need me, I'll be inside. And with that, Millie begins to stride off after she hurls the pile of refuse onto the current pile of refuse behind the building, creating a bit of a bigger pile now.
And Zito is going to get to work on putting those shards back into that cylinder.
Okay. Doesn't take too long. If you want to make another tinker check as you install it into the machine, just to make sure that you fit it correctly.
Plus 8, that'll be a 23.
Okay, with a 23, as you place the cylinder into place, slightly turning and rotating the cylinder within the contact points on either end of it, there is a very loud sound of cogs and metal, and just this sound of machinery whirring to life. As you watch, there's a little bit of sort of like a purplish light that begins to glow and coalesce off of the coils, as this coil in place seemed to activate the other cylinders within. And the machine appears to be humming with power.
And after that, Zito is going to put the what is it called? The frame back together, I guess. The covering.
Oh, the cover for the
put
side
all
of it?
that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I won't make you make a tinkering check for that. Your current tinkering check is more than enough to... You've already taken it apart. You can figure it out how to put it back together pretty easily.
All right. Well, that'll all do. And Zito's gonna wipe his hands free of this muck and look back at it. Music is like, thanks for helping me out, Music. What plans do you have for the rest of the day?
I don't have any. I was just going to help you.
You all hear Auri squeak out, "Candy!" And then she just immediately starts rushing off in a southwestern direction, away from the rear of this building.
We might need to go get her.
Red's already following.
So
you guys go on ahead. I'm gonna go tell Millie that the disposal system is working.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna head over after back with Music after that.
Ender says, "I will stay with you." And Ender hangs back, and as you turn and look in the direction where Eli and Lafana were, they're not there anymore. They seem to be walking away with someone. You just catch a glimpse of them as they walk past a series of trees onto the sandy, gravelly road.
I'm sure they're fine.
Okay.
They're always doing weird stuff like that. Let them be.
Okay.
You know, it was kind of odd though. Eli was just telling me how he doesn't want to make the Iron Golem, and that he wants to go adventuring with us instead. And now he wanders off. I don't know what's wrong with him today.
Weird.
Maybe he got struck with that wanderlust.
Maybe so.
But as long as Lathana's with him, I'm sure they'll be fine. I mean, how much trouble can Lathana get into?
With Eli, probably a lot, like world-ending levels of trouble. But I'm
that's if
willing
Eli's
to
by
risk it.
himself. I'm pretty sure Lathana can keep Eli on a leash.
Yeah, that's true.
Red, are you going with Music?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Music, you and Red head off after Auri as she is bounding southwest away from Gutter Guts.
Yeah, we're actually following after Red, since she knows her way through this better than us, and is probably better at tracking her as she runs away.
This is true.
Where'd she go, Red? I lost her. And she's right there.
Red, literally, you are able to find her very easily, standing outside of a sort of a taupe-colored stone building.
Where's my character?
Where's your character? Where is your character? She's there.
Oh, I don't see it in the selection.
Here, let me clear her so you can grab her. There you go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's on
Yeah.
the server for some reason.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay. So you all, as you begin to approach the structure, you see Auri has just got there, and she's stopped, and she's looking at an individual, two individuals who are standing just outside of the shop. And the air around the shop is absolutely permeated with the smell of cinnamon and exotic spices and fresh baked bread. And you can see a series of multicolored streamers that stretch out from this big metal hook hanging above the front door. And these bits of material are just floating free in the air, waving in the wind. And you can see that Auri and these two new individuals, these newcomers, seem to be speaking to something that is just out of sight on the porch. And as you get closer to the porch, you can now see a crocodile wearing an odd hat and a waistcoat who is reclining lazily on the porch.
Ooh.
And as you arrive on the scene, you hear a voice emanate from this crocodile that says, my good lady, I am so very sorry to have to say this, but you are blocking my son and interrupting my son bathing. If you would be so kind as to step back and allow me to continue this conversation with this distinguished gentleman next to you, that would be so lovely. And you all see now that this crocodile is wearing a cylindrical, sort of a mauve-colored, felt-like hat that resembles a fez. And his waistcoat is sort of like a mix between a vest and a waistcoat. It is open around the belly. And he's sort of reclining at an odd angle for a crocodile, what you would consider to be the typical dimensions and proportions of a crocodile. This one is sort of leaning on his side on a pillow, which is on the porch, just out of walking room of the door into the establishment. And you can see now this the other individuals that are standing there that were speaking to this individual. And as Auri came up, you see a half-elven man with short black hair with a streak of white in it. He's wearing a set of traveling clothes over what appears to be some sort of studded leather armor. He's got a series of books which are hanging off of his waist. On a series of straps, almost look like holsters, if you will. And he is sort of scratching his chin and looking at this crocodilian individual, and is making these motions with his hands as if he's measuring him, and he's nodding. And the other individual, which is with him, just sort of standing, looking off in the distance, not really paying attention to them, is an orc with sort of pasty, pale green skin, like the color of Irish Spring soap. And he's wearing very, very drab clothing, sort of like a dark green leather with a traveling cloak and a hood, which seems he has pulled over, not completely covering his face, but just enough to you just see his brow and his eyes. And the man turns around and looks at the group of you as you head up and says, "Oh, well, hello. Sorry, this young lady said that she was here to purchase candy, and then she suddenly was completely forgot about the candy and began speaking to my friend Reginald here."
Do I know these guys?
You know Reggie. Reggie is a talking crocodile that basically lives on the front porch of Vaughn's Fanciful Confections. As far as you can remember, Reginald has always been there since the shop was built a year ago.
Right. I don't know the orc.
You don't know the orc or the half-elven man, no.
So I'll look to the orc and the half elves. This one has not made your acquaintance. I'm familiar with Reggie. This one is called Red Sharpclaw. And you are?
What are my manners? Young lady, I apologize. I am Leopold Lavache, and this is my counterpart, Urzat. And he gestures towards the orc. And he bows, gives you a very, very deep bow. And you can see now he's a bit balding on the top of his head, like the hair is thinning in places. And as he pulls himself back up, a very, very wide, warm smile, looks you in the eye, looks to each of you, and Urzat just sort of nods. Doesn't seem to really focus on any of you or even notice your existence other than a very, very curt nod. I was just having a conversation with Reginald about the master of this place. Apparently, Master Luther is out somewhere. I wanted to speak to him, but apparently he has a tendency to go off and travel to the various towns around the marches. So what do you do, Red? What's your business?
This one's business is to protect the town and her kin.
And an admirable business at that. What about your friends? This little forest child seems to be just sort of seems to really, really want to go inside. And you can see now Auri is sort of stamping her feet. Her attention has drifted away from the crocodile, and she is starting to eye each of you and slip slowly, sidestepping towards the shop.
This one thinks you should let her in. She is a great shifter spirit. She can take the shape of things that would put our friend Reggie here to shame. And then she'd kind of gesture to music. This one is from another dimension.
Well, I say, Warforged from another dimension. Now that must be quite the tale, sir.
Well, technically I'm from this world, but I've been gone for about 5 to 7 years or so. I don't know. Time moves weird.
Really?
Technically speaking, I've only been gone a week.
Shifter years.
And whereabouts are you from? If you don't mind me asking.
Me?
Yes, before you went on your multi-dimensional trip, or walkabout, if you will.
Goldmire.
Oh, so you're a local.
Somewhat. I've been around a little bit, but Goldmire was the only real residence that I chose for myself. Yes.
Splendid. Always nice to meet the locals. I myself am not a local. I came here to do a bit of digging, if you will, as is my trade. I am an archaeologist.
Oh, that's incredible. Tell me, what are you looking for in particular?
Well, to be quite honest, I've been studying the history of the gatekeepers and their seals. And I've been looking for signs of, relics, if you will. Long buried old things.
You don't say.
Yes.
Any clues so far?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I haven't been here long. Urzat and I just arrived only last week, and this place is a bit droll, a bit drab. There's not really been a whole lot of leads, really. The spire is wonderful. It's a wonderful historical site. I've been up there several times. I even went down into the Titan's still burning heart and took a look at that. That's entrance is to the northeast, away from the village. Pretty fantastic, if I do say so myself. I have never seen a dead Titan before. It's very, very, very amazing. Truly amazing. If I could have gotten my hands on a piece of its heart while it was full flame and burning, that would have just been amazing to take back to the university.
Well, Titans are practically a step below gods. Tell me, how big was it?
Well, just look at the size of this one. If you can see, it looks like just barely the forearm is sticking up out of the ground. I imagine that this thing was colossal. And as he gestures back towards the spire, getting a look at it, time and the weather and the shifting of tectonic plates have kind of shifted it a little bit. But you kind of get the gist of what he's referring to as he's taking both hands and measuring out sort of in front of him in the distance. That it appears as if the spire itself is maybe about the middle of a forearm with the hand poking up out of the ground.
That is amazing. You know, out in the plains, some of the cities that I actually visited were built inside the bodies of old dead gods, and they were massive as well. It's just amazing, some of the creatures that exist in this universe of ours.
Truly, I must say so. It's been quite a while since I've been able to have a conversation that went beyond the usual rumblings of races and people fighting monsters. It's truly wonderful to have the presence of an intellectual here. I must say, if it is all possible, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind perhaps meeting with me later on at the tavern, I would love to sit down and have further word with you. But I don't want to keep you and your companions for what you're trying to do. I know the young lady, and he gestures towards the door, which is now closing as Auri has slipped into the establishment away from you all. Ah, I see. She's already gone inside.
By all means, I would love to talk with you later. I wouldn't say I'm too much of an intellectual. Out in the plains, they say any Burke would know information like I know, but I have seen some of it with my own eyes. It should be interesting.
Well, perhaps I can pick your brain and get some descriptions of what some of the things that you've seen. That would be lovely, wonderful, and perhaps I can get to know your companions here that you're traveling with.
Sure, as long as they have no objections.
And he looks to you, Zito. I assume you've already arrived on the scene at this point? Or are you still back talking to Millie?
I'll say that Zito is just now arriving.
Okay. So he wouldn't necessarily be referring to you. He's referring to you, Red. He's referring to you, Music. And he says, well, I won't keep you anymore. Urzat, my friend, please, we must away to the tavern. We have to go study that bag that young, attractive kobold said that we could take a look at. And he begins to walk away after bowing to each of you and saying good day.
I bow in return. So, it's unusual to meet somebody like that here. Red, where did she go?
I'm still here. Or talking about Ari.
You know, where did Ari go?
The shifter
Guys, did you
spirits
see this
went
talking
into the
crocodile?
store.
Yes, we did, actually. It was had a full conversation with us.
Oh,
I kind of like cock my
goodness.
head to the side and I'm like, Iron Kobold, aren't you in a way a small talking crocodile? Or at least a lizard.
I wouldn't consider myself a crocodile.
You
I'd consider myself more
hear
dragon than crocodile.
You hear a slurping noise as if you turn back, coming from the porch, and as you turn to look back, you can see that this crocodile is holding a drink in his hand, and he's sipping out of a long, crazy straw.
Yeah.
And he just sort of smacks his lips. Well, that just hit the spot, I should say. And he calls out, Raylene, where is my lunch? Where is that blasted woman?
So what's for lunch today?
I'm thinking kobold. And he starts looking at you, and his tongue sort of lolls in his mouth.
Red's gonna like scoot in front of Zito a little bit. This one is under my protection, Reggie. We should find dinner elsewhere.
Oh, Reg, you know that I'm a vegetarian. I'm only fooling with your little friend.
This one does not trust the wiles of smiling crocodiles, and I chuckle at him in good nature.
He winks at you, which is an odd thing to see, but his multi-scleral lens, one blinking and then the other one blinking over it and then opening again.
So you're literally just a talking crocodile?
I mean, are you literally just a talking pile of rocks and wood and stone?
Yes, but I'm also play excellent music. I was just making sure because, I mean, not to be offensive, but the last time I saw somebody with a crocodile head, it was a Rakshasa. And I got a little nervous when I saw you.
I assure you, sir, I am much more than I appear to be. Mr. Luther and I have a understanding.
Well,
What exactly are you?
I am Reggie, as Red has stated. This is where I live. No one bothers me. I don't bother anyone else. And I'm fed and cared for by Miss Raylene.
well, he's not a Rakshasa. They eat people.
Good things kobolds aren't people.
But they do taste delicious.
Kobolds aren't people. Good to know.
Kobolds are kobolds, they're not people.
And he suddenly loses interest in you all immediately and slumps off onto his belly and begins waddling towards the door. And he just calls out and barks, Raylene! And bonks his nose against the door. And the door suddenly slams open, and you see, you watch as this crocodile gets bounced back a couple of feet away from the door, rolling, coming to a stop. His hat goes flying off down the steps on into the dirt, and you all see a hobgoblin woman who is dressed in very simple, tight-fitting tunic with you can just see she is just nothing but corded muscle. Her hair is braided into a mohawk that goes over the front of her head and is shaved on the sides. And she is wearing a pair of very flowy, what almost appear to be silk pants. These black silk pants with a sash around her waist. And she looks down where Reginald has come to a stop and says, look here, if you don't quit screaming your head off about dinner or lunch or whatever, I'm gonna stick you in a pie. And she quickly looks up and looks at all of you and says, does this one belong to you? And she gestures to the window, and you can see now Auri is licking a chocolate statue of some sort of creature. And she just, you can just see her licking the chocolate statue, just trying to devour it.
Well, it depends. How much trouble is she in?
As long as I get paid. None at all, but she's making an absolute mess. Can you please attend to your companion?
I'm gonna try and go like grab her from behind so I can like hold her in my grip.
Okay. Well, she's inside the shop. You're seeing this through the windows from the storefront window.
Well, I'm gonna head in.
Okay. So as you head in, the shop itself is bustling with people. You can see a human female behind the counter that's working with individuals, and the hobgoblin just sort of moves past you and snatches up a little bit of an overcoat, which she now puts on to cover over her clothing. begins tying it around the waist and buttoning it up. And then you can see she drifts off to a counter in the back where she's working on what looks like a massive cake. And as you see Auri now, Auri is sort of almost like on all fours on this counter now, where these various sweets and treats are sitting on these multi-tiered shelves in front of the storefront window. And she's very, very carefully licking the side of this, what appears to be a two-headed statue made of chocolate. And she's licking the arm.
So
And she turns and looks back at you, and you can just see she's got tears in her eyes. She says, "Red, it's so good. Can I have it, please?"
I'm gonna go up to her and I'm gonna like pat her hand. This one will buy it for you, but you must remember, Shifter Spirit or Ari, just because you can become animals does not mean you act one. And I'm going to try to grab her in a hug.
And
A strong girl hug.
she doesn't resist you, but she kind of stiffens a bit, and she's just like, I don't know what you mean. I'm not doing anything wrong. I just wanted to try it. The lady said that I could try it. And the woman from behind the counter says, "No, I didn't. I said she needed to wait, and she decided not to."
Here in Hartham, Shifter Spirit Ari, we do not lick public goods. It is, how would you call it, very rude.
And Auri looks at you and says, "Fine, just as long as I get to have it, please." And as she says that now, most of the hustle and bustle has kind of died down. People seem to be now leaving the shop in droves at the sight of what's going on between you and Auri and the remainder of your companions who've arrived in the shop. And the human female now looks towards the hobgoblin female and says, "Raylene, I'm gonna go on my break, if that's okay with you." And Raylene says, Fine, I can handle this rabble." And you watch as the female disappears through a set of swinging doors back into a back room and away from this shop, somewhere to the back. And Raylene looks, and without missing a beat, she's continuing to work on constructing this cake, which seems to be a 3-tiered cake, solid tiers, and she's currently marking it with this lime cult green frosting, which she's making swirls on the sides of the cake. "So what'll it be? Just what your friend licked?"
Yes, what does this one owe you?
"Oh, well, let's see. That piece there, that'll run you 5 gold. That particular piece, I just made it."
I pull out 10 gold. And I toss her 10 gold.
And she gestures towards the counter. "You can leave your coin on the counter. Is there anything else I can do for you?"
And I don't remember from last session. Do I know? I think I know that they like put something in this candy, right, to make it a little bit addictive. Was that something I knew? Or was it just? I don't remember if it was like out of character or like in character knowledge.
I think that was kind of out of character that you guys were having that discussion.
Okay.
But based on her demeanor, just a genuine like passive insight, because you all know Auri. Most of you have traveled with her for quite some time. She's definitely not acting the way she normally acts.
Really?
She seems like she's regressing, almost becoming childlike.
I just thought she never had candy before.
It's drugs.
I thought this was normal for her.
Her childhood in a tree, so.
This one thinks it is best for her that she goes on a bit of a sugar diet.
And as soon as you
Don't
say
worry,
that,
I can get you
Auri,
some nice
as
carrots.
soon as you say that, Auri says, no! And she begins to struggle. And she's going to make a contested strength to break away from you.
Okay, so my
I got this. No, I don't. She passed.
Well, that was a strength check, not athletics.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, this is just a straight strength check. Which she's a flat 0, so yeah, she's not going anywhere. She rolled a 13. So she's currently struggling, and the air around you is starting to get warmer.
Okay.
And you can see that her body is starting to shimmer.
I'm going to cast, not cast, but I'm going to use one of my bard abilities, Counter Charm, just to make sure there's no mind controlling effect on her.
Well, what does Counter Charm do?
Any mind controlled effect that she's under, it will give her advantage on saves against it.
Okay. Auri seems to be, you all recognize this. Auri seems to be getting ready to shift into something. And all of a sudden, your arms are wide, Red, but not wide enough to hold the full body of a fully grown polar bear. And you're suddenly, this polar bear, warm fur merges as her body suddenly ripples, and this imposing bear is rising up above you and growling, looking in your eyes.
I'm gonna put my hands up I'm not gonna hurt. I don't want to hurt you. This one needs you to calm down, shifter spirit. You're acting like a shifter baby.
Ari, if you make a mess in here, they're not going to give you any more candy.
And she just suddenly she turns and looks at you. And if a bear could make an awe noise, it makes sort of like a low mournful. And then Howard just suddenly pushes past you, Red, and begins walking towards the door. And you just watch as she takes one of her bear paws and baps it open. And you can hear from outside of the establishment a voice say, "Shit!" And you hear a as apparently Reginald was right behind the door. And Auri begins plodding out of the establishment. You can see now Ender, who was hanging outside, did not come in with you, looks at all of you, looks at Auri, and begins following after the bear. And the hobgoblin individual now has stopped messing with the cake and wanders up to the counter and says, "Look, am I going to have to ban her from this place?"
Probably.
It seems that she's having a strange reaction to your chocolate. She got some somehow. I don't even know where.
I mean, all sorts of folk come in and buy our baked goods, buy the candy that we make. But none of them have ever turned into bears or attempted to eat things without paying for them first. This is a bit unorthodox, a bit unusual.
But it does make a great story to tell later.
Sure. Be that as it may, I do have a business to run, and as she gestures now, you can see a couple of people are sort of timidly peeking through the doors, which are still open from Auri leaving. And you can hear someone go, "Are you open?" And Raylene calls back, "Yes, we're open. Please come in."
And I'm going to toss over 50 gold piece to her.
And she looks, 50 gold pieces is a considerable amount of money, so as you toss it, make a performance check.
Okay. I'm not very good at that.
Hey, so you're able to toss down the coin onto the counter. None of them go skittering across or falling behind the counter. Raylene just looks at this pile of coin just strangely, one eyebrow up, and looks to you and says, "Red, right? I've seen you around."
Yes.
I believe that makes up for the business we chased off.
We'll call it that. I don't want any trouble. I have a place to run while Mr. Luther isn't around. Okay, that puts me in charge when he's not here. I'm sure that he won't have a problem as long as you keep your friend away from the shop for a few days. We'll be okay. And then once she's calmed down, if she wants to return, she can.
Speaking of, I do have a question. Is there anything in here that you would recommend as an extremely valuable delicacy or something that would be fit for a gift?
Fit for a gift?
Yes.
Well, did you have in mind something edible, or were you looking for something fashionable?
Something edible.
Or both.
But something edible, but I do not have anyone in mind, so it needs to be a gift that can be given to anyone.
Well, you might have to be a bit more specific. If it's edible, if you were giving it, say, to someone like yourself, then it might not be something more than a gag gift. I'm quite certain none of the pastries or candies that we sell would be suitable for a warforged.
No, I just want to keep it in case I need it for anything.
Well,
but I want it to be something nice.
Well, what's your budget, sir?
I have 50 gold pieces to my name.
50 gold pieces. Well, I do have something. And she turns around for a second. As she comes back now, she holds out a canister, a cylinder, crystal cylinder, or crystalline glass that is filled with these other smaller stick-like cylinders that are coated in it's like almost like a gelatinous gooey material that is then coated with these fine little pebbles. And she says, these are my everlasting pretzel sticks.
Everlasting?
Well, within reason. I say everlasting, and one stick is enough to feed a person for more than a month. And she opens a container and she holds one of the pretzel sticks out, and she says pretzel, but it doesn't really look like a pretzel. It looks like a soft, almost like a nougaty substance. And the little bits of rocks that you would say like a salted pretzel stick are multicolored. Some of them are rainbow colored. Some of them are like a neon pinks and greens and yellows. All the different colors of the rainbow, various tones, earth tones, bright tones. And she says, and she presents the stick to one of you who can actually consume something, and here you go, take a bite.
Red looks at it very suspiciously and passes it to Zeta.
Fine, I'll be the guinea pig, and Zeta will take a bite.
Okay. As you bite bite into it, it has a very soft, almost gingerbread-like texture and taste, and the little pebbles of flavor crystals just explode in your mouth. It is sweet and savory at the same time, and as you bite into it, the bit that you bit off and begin chewing, you just feel a bit of warmth come over your entire body. You suddenly feel a flush of heat and just this overwhelming sense of fulfillment, like you haven't felt this full in a long time. Did you take a big bite or a little bite?
I I guess a big bite in
Make a-
terms of kobolds. Let's
Make a Constitution saving throw.
see.
You have to
That'll
poop.
be a 14. Oh. Zito is going to hand the bread back to Red and says, I'll be right back. And
And
he's going to go find the bathroom.
Rayleigh looks at you and she gestures down the hall to the bathroom.
That's amazing. Yes, I'll take that.
And she says, this essentially, it's a bit of a novelty. It is expensive. I make it myself. This is something that I made. No one else has really wants to ever really buy it because of what I charge for it. It's a bit of an experiment, but essentially this replaces the need for carrying rations out in the wilds. One stick, again, can last you an entire month. And you can see now there are 10 sticks inside of this container.
Very well. And how much for the container?
You said you had 50 gold?
That I do.
That'll settle us up.
Very well. I accept.
There are some side effects, as you just saw with your friend. Please don't bite off more than you can chew, not to be punny. I wouldn't nibble more than a half an inch a day. Should be enough to subsist anyone.
Very well.
Meanwhile,
And what are these items called?
I just call them everlasting pretzels, but you can... I'll tell you what. What's your name?
Music.
You can name them yourself, my friend. They're, again, an experiment. They're the only set in existence. I have the recipe, of course. I can always make more. I wasn't planning on to, considering no one ever buys these. But you may name them if you like.
The jar of everlasting pretzel sounds fine by me.
Very well, my friend. Again, don't eat more than half of an inch. And she's now looking at the looking at you, Red, as you're holding the stick in your hand.
You know, we give one of these to Ari. It might curb her appetite.
This one prefers meat to treats.
And after a while, a very peaked-looking Zito comes wandering down the hall, feeling a bit better after evacuating.
You're going to need more paper towels.
And she just looks at you and she says, I'll have the girl take care of it when she comes back. Well, if you all don't mind, I need to finish this birthday cake.
I was just thinking we had overstayed our welcome. It's been nice meeting you.
Likewise.
Was that a birthday? Whose birthday is it?
Oh, it's the mayor's birthday.
I'm going to head on out the door, and as I go out the door, I'm going to yell back to her, you should consider putting a polar bear on your sign. And I'm out the door.
Okay. You can all see, as you all exit the establishment, the crocodile Reggie gives you all a wide berth, as much as he can, lounging on his overstuffed pillow. And you can see that under the shade of a tree, Ender is currently rubbing Auri's bare tummy. And then stops as soon as he sees you all looking and moving towards their current location. Well, that was weird.
All right, let's go.
Where are we going?
Yeah. I don't know. Where are you going?
I mean, I don't have any plans for the rest of the day. I don't really have a need to do anything. You all said that you wanted to do things. Eli and Lathana are nowhere to be found, so You know, we could go hunt down the people that gave us those jobs. Eli and Lathana be damned, or we can wait and see if we can figure out when they're planning on coming back.
If it's alright with you, music, I still have some things that I'd like to do.
Sure, I don't have anything else to do today. All I have is 2 pieces of living armor I want to get rid of if possible. Other than that, I'm good.
What about you,
I
Red?
think
Do I remember when the shifter game was gonna be played?
The shifter game?
Hmm.
You
Some
know that
sort.
at any time, you know, there could be a game going on. It's called Hurazak. It's a game that resembles Capture the Flag. And essentially, each team possesses a wooden idol, and the other team is trying to steal it and place their idol next to theirs.
Interesting.
And-
This one is welcomes you doing your. Red looks like very confused, looking for the words. Magic thing. Iron kobold. But this one would like to be very far away when it happens. So I will find something to entertain myself.
Okay. Well, what were you planning on doing there, Zito?
well, I was hoping that I can convince, or at least put the order in for my gun barrel.
Oh, okay. So
Is that at the blacksmith?
you want to go down to the blacksmith shop?
Or no, I do have this idea. I don't think Miss a pouty goblin artificer lady is going to do any work for me. But what if she doesn't think it's me?
What if she thinks she's doing work for me?
You try that, but since you went to back up for me, I don't think she would like to do business with you either, music.
What if I polymorphed you into something else?
That only works for creatures, doesn't it? But I can do that to myself without your help, music, and Zito can cast alter self on him and turn himself into a gnome. And he's gonna do that in front of music.
Are you going to do that?
I'll do that.
Okay. So describe how you cast alter self using your artificer abilities.
So Zito is gonna reach into his side pocket and place a little tablet into his mouth. Not much color, but there's a little green hue to it. And after chewing on it, swishing it around in his mouth, and then swallowing it, his horns would begin to morph and turn fleshy and more ear-like, and eventually it'll take the form of a gnomish ears. Some hair will grow on top of his bald head, and his orangish hued skin will turn a bit more pale, and he looks exactly like a gnome now.
Well, that's interesting.
No longer Iron Kobold, Iron Gnome.
I am the Iron Gnome.
This is quite the disguise, Iron Kobold. But do I know anything about Nazarene? Like if she just hates freaking everybody?
You would know just the general idea that Nazari just seems to dislike kobolds. You know that she's had a bit of a past with Millie. when Millie's husband died, Nasri refused to help her with a lot of the various things around Millie's house that started to break down, and Millie couldn't take care of herself. At least that was the rumor, that Millie asked for help and Nasri basically gave her the goblin finger.
Okay. These could work, Iron Gnome.
Well, we don't have too much time before my disguise drops. I
How
think
long
we should
does
probably head
your-
over there now.
Yeah, how long does her disguise work for?
An hour with concentration.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't take long to get there. Town's not so big that it'll take you, like, too long to get there.
It took me 59 minutes to get there.
Okay. Do you guys... yeah, it takes exactly 59 minutes and a half. So you guys want to go back to the shop then?
The blacksmith? Yes.
Okay.
Well, music. Would it not look suspicious if we show up with this gnome?
You're right. We should change our appearance as well.
This one is not so good at it as you and the Iron Gnome.
But that's okay. If you let me, I can make you into anything you want. You want to be a pterodactyl?
Mm.
How about a
This
crocodile
one-
wearing a fez?
I know that one as well.
This one will be whatever you think is best music.
Let's wait till we get a little closer and I'll cast the spell.
Okay. So you're all heading over towards the marketplace, which is just in front of Cooler Heads Prevail, the blacksmith shop and armory.
Yep.
And as you head over towards it, you can see the familiar building, which seems to be split in half. Two separate entrances that are open air into the shop. And you wanted to cast the spell?
Yes. Now, the artificer is on the other side of Cooler Heads Prevail, correct?
You know that she, the way it was described to you, is in the southern section of the building, whereas Can Cooler resides in the northern section.
I'm going to cast a spell on her and maintain concentration on it, but I'm going to go see the blacksmith and see if he wants to buy this living armor I've got. So I'm not going to polymorph myself. I'm going to polymorph her and let her go with Zito over there to have that conversation. Seems like it needs a little more finesse than what I have to do.
Okay. And what do you want to turn Red into?
Well, let me think. Red, have you ever seen a Githzerai?
Probably not. No.
Hold on to your pants.
I hold on to my pants, literally.
Those are the pants.
Now, when you polymorph,
Okay, that's 1/4.
When you polymorph, are you changing their appearance, or is what she wearing also being changed?
I'm just changing her directly, so she's just being changed into basically a equally sized Githzerai to herself.
Okay. Your somewhat reddish furried skin begins to become sort of a mottled pickle-like green. Your nose begins to shrivel up a bit to just nostril slits. Your ears begin to get a little bit longer and more pointed, and you are now bald, and you have a pair of tufts of hair that are coming out of your cheeks.
Yeah.
And you look like Odys.
For us. I tried to see a window or something that I can look at myself.
Oh, sure. There's reflective surfaces around.
This one does not like it, but
Now, of course, the voice that comes out of this individual is your voice. It's not changed. If I'm not mistaken, polymorph doesn't change their voice, correct, Kevin?
It might. It changes. I mean, it's not like it's disguising her. She really is a Githzerai.
Oh, well, in that case, Red, your voice becomes a bit more nasally and raspy.
this one does not like it. So that's my attempt.
But I swear you are the best looking Githzerai I've ever seen. At least you're not trying to kill me for once.
Thank you.
And as this is all going on, you turn around, you see that now you are missing Owry and Ender. Seem to have not followed you.
I really hope they're not back there eating that candy.
Just the three of you.
I'm sure it'll be all right.
I'll take your word on it.
Okay. I'm going to head into the shop.
Yes.
Okay. Who wants to go first? I guess I should say.
I'll go first.
You'll go first?
I'm just like standing with my arms crossed. I'm the gnome's bodyguard.
Okay.
You look it.
Again, as you enter into the building, the familiar sounds of the forge somewhere in the background, the sounds of hammers hitting things. Zito in your gnomish form with your Githzerai companion as you walk in. There's not many individuals within the shop, this artificer shop at the moment. You can see the familiar sight of Nasri, who is currently pacing the countertop. And all around Nasri, you can see these strange bug-like mechanical creatures which are currently working and climbing like spiders around this suspended Esther. And you can see that a couple of them have like appendages that have hammers on them, and one is like a jackhammer is hammering into the side of it, straightening the plating on the outside of this construct creature. And the goblin turns and looks in, absent-mindedly spins around a few times as she is walking up and down the countertop, and then notices the two of you have entered the establishment and says, "Well, hello there. What can I do for you?"
Yes. I was wondering if there was someone in this town competent enough to do a small project for me, and Zito is going to pull out his crate of adamantine crates.
Zito, your alter self spell doesn't change your voice, does it?
Let's see. Does it? If not, I'll try and talk more gnomish.
I'll tell you what, since you didn't think of that beforehand, make a deception. Make a deception check. And she starts looking at you. She goes, and what did you need made exactly?
Yes, I'm actually looking for someone to craft a gun barrel for me.
That's a very, very odd request. Tell me, sir, what is your name?
My name is Inglefoot.
I'm sorry, what?
Inglefoot. Never heard of the Inglefoots?
I can't say that I have.
Well, we are known well across Sharn and most of the outlying territories, but apparently not much here.
No, I can't say that I've ever heard of the Inglefoots, as you say. So, this gun barrel, exactly how long do you need this barrel to be, and made of what material?
Yes, I had the material with me, and he's going to pull out his crate with adamantine ingots. Says, time is of the measure. So if we can discuss on how we can get this started immediately and finish as soon as possible, that would be fantastic.
Well, once you've given me the specifications, I can give you a time frame. I am a very busy woman, but since you already have materials, I can possibly fit it into my schedule. I could have it for you. I could have it for you by the end of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Right. Probably.
Maybe.
Right. Well, I mean, I did hear that the Kobold Artificer is in town as well, and that he won that Esther Racing tournament. So maybe he will be able to do a quicker job than what I need from you.
She starts to look at you, and cocks her head to the side and raises an eyebrow and says, I don't remember hearing anything about an artificer in town. I knew that there was a new kobold in town. Interesting. What was this artificer's name?
What?
What was this artificer's name?
I think I heard him call himself Zito. I saw him fiddling at the, what was it, that tavern, Gutter Guts. Apparently he was fixing that disposal system.
Interesting. Well, as I say,
So
I stated,
or not?
I'm sorry.
I said, time's still the essence. If we can't get this thing by the time I'm out the door, and I got the gold to pay for it.
Well, you know nothing of artificers. It's not exactly something that I can magic up for you with the waggle of my fingers. I have to know.
No.
I have to know the exact specifications. I need a diagram. Did you have an artificer draft a diagram for you of what it's supposed to look like? Or did you just have a drawing that you yourself worked out?
I got a drawing in mind. I'm sure you can figure out how it would work. I mean, you are an artificer, and I'm assuming, or should I say be safe to assume it since you're the only one in town, besides from that world, who might be able to figure this out.
Let's just say I'm the only one within many, many, many miles of this city, this village, who could possibly craft what you're asking for. Can Cooler, my compatriot, he might be able to help you, but what he'll produce is going to be vastly cruder. If you're looking for craftsmanship, someone who can work with adamantine, then I am the individual that you are seeking.
And let's say if I want you to make a 3 foot to 4 foot long barrel, how much would that cost?
Well, I assume you said it's a barrel, so it's a component for a firearm. To temper the metal and cast it and bore out the barrel and test it in one of my own firearms to make sure that it doesn't have any defects before it is delivered to whomever you're having this made for. I would say that something along that lines would possibly cost you 3,000 gold.
3,000 gold, huh?
Yes. Adamantine is incredibly difficult to work with and requires a very hot forge to fold. And you won't find one as hot as the one that I have access to anywhere around here.
You know what? Maybe I'll take my business elsewhere to that kobold. Because 3,000. I think that's just robbery. No wonder why you're only artificer here. And Zito is going to take his crate and he is going to leave. Kind of like a car deal, then where he's going to try and leave and wait to see if he can get a lower price from her.
Bye-bye.
Alright. Well, Zito's going to leave.
And as you walk out, as you begin to walk out the door, tell her, she says, your gnomish accent is terrible, by the way. Love, is there anything that I can do for you? Now gesturing towards Gith Sarai Red. And I will say that's a note from Red.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to unmute. I'm gonna cross my arms. You should listen to the gnome. Give him the gun for 2,000 gold.
And the goblin just sort of smiles at you, takes her hat off of her head and wipes the sweat from her brow and puts her hat back on and says, look, I am no fool. I understand that what exactly this little friend of yours is making is a special project. Instead of attempting subterfuge for whomever that you are attempting to make this for, I suggest that you go back to this individual and come to me directly with your request. Don't send fools.
I'm gonna like look to the Iron Gnome. Well, what should we do?
Forget her. I can make my own forge.
So I'm gonna walk backwards out of the shop, glaring.
If it wasn't for that 7, you could have used an inspiration, Zito. Don't you have inspirations?
Do I have? I don't think I do.
Everybody got inspirations for
inspiration.
birthday inspirations. It's too late now.
Oh, and I was gonna type it up, but for future reference, it does let me change the sound of my voice to my liking.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know.
I didn't know that either, and
But you
it
did
already
roll.
happened, so-
You did roll on your low on your deception.
I know.
No worries.
Yeah. Yep.
Maybe it's the first time you've ever cast it on yourself.
Have I finished trading with the blacksmith by the time they come out?
By the time you've come out, Can has already he's let you know that the items that you carry, he couldn't possibly afford to buy them off of you, but he might be able to find you a buyer within a week's time.
I'll agree to that, and I will meet them as they're coming out of the door and yell into the door, "Sup, racist? Still harassing lizards and shit?" And then shut the door.
There's actually no door. It's just like an almost like a tent. It's like an opening with like a pole that like holds up the roof. That just sort of is like the separation. It's like a television show where, you know, like Odd Couple, where someone's on one side and someone's on the other, and you don't cross the line, sort of thing.
Okay, well, I'm just going to wave and yell that over there in a friendly manner, like it's a joke between friends.
Okay. You see this diminutive little goblin with this cacophony of strange sounding hammering and tings and pings and mechanical sounding horse braying going on in that side of the building. And she waves to you, just a little flutter of the edge of her fingertips. And as you all now converge outside of the shop, you are left to your own devices now.
At least she doesn't deny it.
Well, at least she doesn't deny it. Yeah, I'll give her that. Well, I have no other plans for today, so why don't you guys, how about we have a little fun?
Oh, what you got in mind?
Well, I do have a few of these, and Zio's gonna pull out this bag of beans. So
What does
there's
this do?
some fun effects happens whenever you bury them into the ground.
What time of day is it?
Oh, let's see. It's not that. It's like mid-afternoon. It would be like the hottest part of the day. It is autumn, so it's a bit cooler now, but you're still in the swamp. So think of autumn in Florida.
I'm going to go meet with the archaeologist that evening, correct?
Yeah, he invited you to have a drink and talk with him later on in the evening. Yeah.
This sounds like an excellent plan.
Yeah, it's the endless summer, Zito.
Plan it. Let's see what happens. I dare you.
Alright, so Zito is gonna go out to an opening where there's no other buildings around.
Okay. Do you want? I have the map out. Let me share it with you.
Let's see.
If you want to indicate on the map where you would like to go to plant this, you can.
Alright. See.
Do we know where the racist goblin's house is?
Well, there's a little green indicator. That's where the shop is.
Let's see where that purple circle is over here.
A purple circle? Here, I'm actually going to clear.
Do you not see it?
I'm gonna clear off some of these circles.
I don't see any circles on here.
But you can draw on the map, and you can also if I'm not mistaken, you can grab and drag that you are here flag. Should be able to. Does it let you move it?
No, it just lets me drag the map across the screen.
Oh, it doesn't let you move the little marker. Well, yeah, if you want to draw an indicator on the map, you can, where you wish to go to make this happen. Oh,
Yeah,
I see. I see.
I did draw a circle. Yeah.
Okay, so you want to go north of the spire out into that wooded area.
Yes.
Okay.
The effects aren't listed for me. It says that I have no module for this item, but I have every module loaded in Fantasy Grounds, so I don't know what module I'm missing.
What is the item?
Bag of beans.
Bag of beans. Should be a Dungeon Master's Guide item.
How dare you not purchase all the modules?
I do have all the modules are loaded.
Yeah, that's a I can give you the information if you want. I can share the table with you.
Let's keep it a surprise.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. You want to plant 1 bean, 2 beans? Let's find out how many beans there are. Roll 3d4.
I already got 6 beans.
Okay, you got 6 beans. Gotcha. All right.
Yep.
Well, in that case, what would you like to do?
I'll plant 1 for now.
Okay. You're gonna plant 1 in the ground. You just need a little bit of water. You're carrying your skin, right? So I assume that at this point
Go far to find water.
Yeah, you're in a swamp. There's literally water out in the Zeratan fields. You can go grab and fill your skin if you want to. Red, you and Music went along with this?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
I'm a little bit behind, though, because I'm suspicious.
Okay.
You know, still being against the ride, you look extremely suspicious.
Well, how long does that spell last? The polymorph.
1 hour. 1 hour if I keep concentrating. I ain't letting it up no time soon. It's hilarious to me.
Well, I would say that by the time you guys are away from there and you've gone over to find the spot, it would just be wearing off. So the two of them are no longer in those altered forms.
Aw.
So eventually a reddish-haired shifter and a little kobold artificer / wizard become themselves again. So you want to pick a spot and plant a bean, correct, Zito?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a D100 for me.
Uh, 15.
Ooh. Okay. All right then. Okay. So within a minute after planting this bean and watering it, suddenly a tree begins sprouting out. Begins as a sapling and then begins to enlarge and become bigger and bigger.
That's impressive.
And bigger until it is a mighty tree. Just as majestic as all of the other trees around you all. And roll another D100, Izito. Okay. The tree suddenly sprouts arms. Its trunk splits about mid-level, turning into two thick legs, and it roars a challenge at you all. I need you all to roll initiative.
Uh-oh.
Wasn't expecting this. Why I love D&D. So this is what you all see menacing you.
Does it look like that tree ant that Eli turned into a turtle? Can we say we just teleported that tree ant here?
That was actually not a tree ant that you guys encountered.
Oh, wasn't it a tree ant?
No, it was a different kind of walking tree.
Oh.
Well, if Red didn't hate magic before, she definitely hates magic now.
All right.
This is one of the reasons to like magic.
All right, so if you guys would like to maneuver yourselves where you were standing as this tree erupted from the ground, you can. Okay. And where did you plant the tree, Zito?
We'll say...
How far away from you did you plant the tree? Because
we'll say
this thing grew within a minute.
I'd say we gave it some space between here and so we're somewhere within that circle. I guess.
All right. Boom. All right, Red, it's your turn.
All right. Where's the measure thingy? There we go. All right, I'm gonna run up to him.
Okay. Do you see this enormous tree? Actually, let me increase the token size.
He's a big boy.
With you can see now trunks of it that were holding up its canopy of leaves have now descended down into a multi-armed creature.
I'd like to rage.
You would like to rage? All right, let me activate your rage. Your rage is activated.
And I'm going to swing at him 2 times with my sword.
Go for it. I'm gonna find some spooky tree ant sound effects.
I'm gonna attack recklessly, so I have advantage.
Okay, 28 definitely hits with your 9 live stealer. Shoot. Whoa, double ones. Carve in 12 slashing damage into the creature.
I'm going to attack recklessly a second time.
Okay. That is also a hit. A 19 definitely connects. That's 17 slashing magical damage as you are hacking into, and bits of bark, and you're just carving into this thing, and it's looking down at you now just angrily.
And I'm going to shout back to Music and Zito. While this one is near, you are stronger and braver. You have advantage. Because he's next to me.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. On the treant's turn, it roars a challenge against you all and is now going to attack you, Red. And it just suddenly rears up with one of its enormous arms, slamming down onto you. And hitting, impacting, dealing 14 bludgeoning damage, reduced down to 7, as you take the brunt of the attack, and it is now going to, looking at you, it looks in the direction of Zito, who summoned it, and it is angry, and it's going to start rushing towards him. And let's see, I believe you get an opportunity attack, if I'm not mistaken.
Yay.
Can I also have an opportunity attack?
Unfortunately, no, but that is a hit. As you deal another 14 magical slashing damage to the tree, as Zito, you look up as this creature is looking down at you, and it suddenly reaches out with one of its other appendages and tries to squish you like a bug into the soft peat earth. And a 21 hits, correct?
I am going to cast shield.
Okay, what's that bring your AC up to?
22.
22. Okay, there is a brilliant flash of light and arcane energy as you, just in that moment before being impacted by the creature, you create your magical shield protecting you from the attack. And I believe that's the end of its turn. Music, it's your turn.
Very well. I will hex the creature first, targeting its wisdom.
Okay, you could drop that effect onto it.
And then I will follow up with a cantrip of Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast. That's a hit. 24 definitely hits. As you deal 14 necrotic and force damage to the creature. Unfortunately, your second Eldritch Blast misses. As you can see, it angrily turns its head towards you as you blast it in the side of its face, and is now looking at you. Your other blast goes through the tinier, smaller tree limbs.
And I will move into the corner there.
Oh, that's right. She's no longer standing next to it, so you guys don't get advantage.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Gotta get you guys in a position to get that sweet flanking.
And I win my turn.
Okay. Zito, it is your turn, my friend. You have a giant tree on top of you. By the way, your AC 5 expired for some reason. Still not programmed.
Last round.
Yeah, it's still not programmed incorrectly.
Weird.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's going to be over by the next round anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's okay. Unless
And,
you move away from it, it's not going to take an opportunity attack on you.
So Zito is going to he's going to use his action to pull out his turret and place it right next to him.
Okay.
See, oop, that is the map that I don't need. And I cannot place my token down.
You can't place your token down?
No, I don't know why. The clear slot, nope. Yeah, thank you. And that is going to be a flamethrower.
Okay.
So the tree and to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. The tree will make a dexterity saving throw. It rolls a 10.
Alright, so that's a fail, so I'll take 2d6 fire damage.
Okay. It is
As soon as
it is vulnerable to that damage. So it actually vulnerable means that it takes double, if I'm not mistaken. You said D6 though, not D8.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant to say d8. It's all d8s.
Okay, so instead of doing 20... Oh, never mind, it doubled it for me. Instead of 10 fire damage, it takes 20 fire damage from your tiny little creature, and it roars in response. It is pissed now.
And now Zito is going to use his bonus action to cast Misty Step
Okay.
to get away from this treant. He's
All
going
right.
to go... See if I can move my... Okay, 30 feet that way.
30 feet that way? Okay. Is that
And
the end
I'll
of your
end my
turn?
turn there.
Okay.
Yep.
Red, it is your turn again.
It's me. Okay. I'll run back
It's a
over.
me.
And I will.
You can see now the tree is looking around and trying to find something. It's turning its head to and fro at all these different enemies around it.
And I'll attack recklessly again.
Okay. That's a hit. 23 definitely hits. That's another 16 magical slashing damage to the creature. You have carved off one of its many appendages,
Yay.
and it looks very mad. Your second hit also hits. That's a 26 to hit, as you do another 21 slashing magical damage to the creature.
And I'm gonna shift as my bonus action to get some temporary hit points.
Okay.
And to let me use my fangs next time.
Okay.
And that's it.
Red gets a little hairier. And Zito, it's your turn again.
Zito is going to run over to the high ground. Now it's over. And then Zito is going to actually here cast what is it? Scorching Ray.
Nice. Scorching Ray.
Yay! And you get advantage now.
Alright. Make sure to click that button.
Advantages for both melee and range.
1 second. Oh, no, melee attack rolls.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
I will provide him with bardic inspiration on his attack, though.
Okay. That's a natural 20, guys. Critically hitting with your Scorching Ray.
JK.
You watch as this ray of heat hits the walking tree center mast, and all of its limbs and its canopy of leaf-like hair bursts into flames, and this creature begins roaring and rushing around and bashing into other trees and catching other vegetation on fire as it's rushing away from you a few feet and then toppling over, boom, into the ground harmlessly. And you, my friends, are out of combat. Yay!
How bad is that tree burned up?
It's still on fire. The other like bits of vegetation around it, like they started to catch a light, but everything is pretty moist. It's not very dry. It's autumn, so it's and it's a swamp, so things don't really burn that well here. So after a while, it just becomes a blackened, almost completely burnt log. Leaves are burnt off.
I got an empty vial on me. I'm gonna go over there and hack into that thing. I need some treant sap.
Okay.
Not sure if it's good for anything, but I'm taking it with me.
Hey. And I will award, even though they're not here, I will award the party with experience for this encounter. They can thank you guys the next time they're around.
Says, you guys want to play another bean?
Yes.
And as you say
Kind
that,
of fun.
Zito, a group of individuals wearing splint armor are now rushing forth on the scene on the backs of horses. Some of them are holding out or have longbows drawn, or they're aiming in all of your directions. And one of them yells out, "What is the meaning of all this?"
Don't worry, guys. I got this. We were attacked by a treant. Apparently, it had been deranged somehow and rushed us.
Okay. Make a persuasion check. A 32. A gentleman who looks kind of familiar. You guys have seen so many samurais since you've been on this journey. Once you met Urkor's people and you came to Heartham, he looks kind of familiar. He looks at you. Oh, it's you. Oh, a treant, you say? That's
Yes, oddest thing.
very unusual. Where did it come from? Which direction?
Right over
Yeah.
there. And I point up towards the clearing.
It literally just sprouted out of the ground.
It's very disturbing. Might want to mention something to Maggie about this. All right, then, we'll carry on. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. I'm glad that you're all okay.
We're glad for the quick response, just in case we weren't. You're doing a great job, guys.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And he wanders off
I
with the
bow
rest of
deeply
his
to
men.
him.
He returns the bow very respectfully.
Good job, team.
That was pretty funny, guys. Keeping me on my toes.
We have a bard.
Bard. Those bards, man. They're powerful.
So Zito's gonna wait a little bit after the Ronin leaves before planning his next.
You're going to plan another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course we are. We got to investigate the mystery out here of the deranged treant.
Okay.
This is the last one. Last one for tonight.
Plan another one in the same spot on this map.
Yep, same spot. Let's see.
Okay.
What happens this time?
Okay.
1.
Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a rumbling, and suddenly these multicolored toadstools begin sprouting out of the ground. You see, after looking at them, scattered around in the area, the general area, a few inches about a foot from where you planted this bean. You see 11 toadstools. And the toadstools appear to have sort of like a rosy pink color to them, with these little sparkly white pustules, if you will, or spots all over them, all over the caps.
These might be dangerous to you guys. Do you want me to pick them?
Can Zito identify these
Make a nature
mushrooms or
make a nature
toadstools?
check.
It's 12.
They look like any old toadstool that you've encountered in your travels, Zito.
Hmm.
Well, they're just mushrooms.
I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I'm gonna go smell them. See if I notice anything weird about them.
Since they're so readily checking them out, Music is standing back and just watching. Very curious.
I'm gonna go sniff 'em.
Red, they smell very earthy. They smell no different from, any mushroom that you've encountered in the wilds. But they're a bit bigger than ones that you've found. Like the heads they didn't stop growing. They almost seem about the size of your fist now. And as they're getting bigger, they give off this aroma, this almost tantalizing aroma of fresh mushroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna lick the mushroom.
You're gonna lick it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Roll a d10. Okay. It's kind of tingly. Makes your tongue tingle a little bit when you lick it. It's like almost like it's like a little bit like a numbing sensation, like if you ate a hot pepper. And it's a little bit of a bitter taste, like the sort of like this glistening, like cast off, almost like a sort of like dew that comes off of it. This seems to be the source of that earthy, mushroomy smell.
Ew. I'm gonna punch the mushroom.
You're gonna punch the mushroom? It pushes back.
It's a very very soft mushroom. As you picked the mushroom, correct?
No,
or did you get down on all fours and licked it? Okay.
I licked it on all fours. Yeah.
Okay. As you punch it, it just goes and falls over, kind of smushes in the place where you hit it. And you sort of disturb some of the other ones that are around it.
I just back up. This
Okay.
one does not like it.
Okay.
Oh, there goes a perfectly good mushroom.
Sounds a little bit weird because my tongue is numb.
Yeah, your tongue's a little numb.
Well, maybe this is a dud. Want another
Well, if
one?
you don't mind, I'm gonna pick them then.
All right, you
Okay.
can pick them.
Go ahead and pick them.
I've got a giant sheet of leather. I'm gonna lay that out, and I'm gonna gather all the mushrooms up, lay it on the sheet of leather, and tie it up with my rope.
All right. You now have 11 mushrooms. One is partially dented from the impact of being batted by your kitty cat friend Red. I believe you have 3 beans left, correct? Or is that 4 beans?
4 beans left.
4 beans left. Okay.
I just labeled these as unknown mushroom until I can get somebody to identify them.
No worries.
Here, no. One more, since we had one dud.
Okay. So what'd you guys do when you played D&D tonight? We planted seeds, fought
We
trees.
planted some beans, killed a net, and raised some mushrooms.
Red licked a mushroom.
This is the glue that keeps D&D fun.
Okay. As you plant the bean into the ground, go ahead and roll another, and that effect is you need to re-roll that.
I'll roll again.
Yeah, roll it again. Okay, roll again. If you roll a similar number, then on the third time it's going to be this similar result to your first bean.
Oh, we got another treant.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid encountering another treant. Oh, hey,
There we go,
73.
we got 73.
Okay.
What does that one do?
Another tree grows. This tree is a bit larger than the treant. And you can see now that it is fruiting. As it grows, it begins fruiting. And just giving a cursory look, you can see that it has about 29 fruit begin to they start as blossoms as the tree forms, grows to its height, and then you see as these blossoms emerge from the ends of the limbs, and you can see these fruits begin to coalesce and grow very quickly and are now ripe, glistening, hanging from the tree.
Want me to knock him down?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm an Eldritch Blast at the trunk of the tree.
You're Eldritch blasting the tree? Okay.
Just the center of the trunk. Yeah.
Okay.
It could be another treant in disguise.
Roll an attack. That's a critical hit. Boom! You hack into the tree. There is a huge chunk of the tree which blasts out everywhere. The resounding boom echoes through the forested area, and many of the fruit begin thumping down all around you, some of them hitting you harmlessly.
All right, let's gather them up.
What kind of fruit do we get?
They all look like very delicious red juicy apples. Two of which
You want to look this one, Red?
Two of which of the 29 apples look a little different. One has sort of a golden color to it, and the other one has sort of a purplish hue to it.
Red or Zito's
I
going to
like
give Red the golden apple. So Zero, you want to try that one?
Okay.
Yeah. I lick it.
You lick it. It tastes the skin of which you can smell the freshness of this very, very ripe apple or fruit, whatever it is. Doesn't make your tongue numb.
I'll bite into it.
Oh, you're gonna bite into it?
Now that I've licked it and it didn't do anything, I'll bite into it.
Okay.
She looked at it. It's hers now.
Oh, son of a gun. What am I doing?
Okay, Red, as you bite into it, you feel like a tickle in your throat as you chew it. It's juicy, it's delicious, and as you begin to consume it, you're just overcome with it's embarrassing, like someone who hasn't eaten in a while and they get a piece of fruit and they're just like, or one of those speed eating videos where you see somebody take an apple and eat it in seconds.
Uh-oh, I'm drugged.
And you're a little woozy, Red, and then suddenly you all watch as Red begins to grow.
Yeah, chatted me.
Red is suddenly much taller than what she was. Becoming a literal giant Red. Voice deepens a bit.
She's not going to eat us, is she?
I look at my big hands. This one feels weird.
You know, I heard a story about a giant hoarding golden foods. I didn't realize this is why they were giants.
I bet if she eats the other one, she shrinks.
Yeah. Zito was gonna throw was it the purple one? The purplish one?
Yep.
Up at Red.
Okay.
The catch.
I'll
Catch it with your mouth.
I'll do that. Yeah, I'll just open wide.
You gonna eat it?
Yeah. I want to be mini Red now.
Okay. Let's see.
Watch it actually make her breathe fire.
Dun, dun. Dun,
You know,
dun,
if you
dun.
take my turret, put it in your mouth, Red, you can actually breathe fire.
Apple of permanent alignment switch.
Okay. Red, make a Constitution saving throw.
Do that.
Okay, let's see.
Got inspiration, but I don't want to use it.
Don't want to use it?
Nope.
Okay.
It
Red,
is.
you take 40 poison damage. As you eat the apple, it feels like someone poured vinegar down your throat. As it hits your stomach, you all watch Red double over in pain.
Yeah. I'm still big.
You're still big. Hold on 1 second. As I heard.
Can I throw up on them?
You want to vomit on them?
Yeah.
All right.
If she does, making a dexterity save.
I'll tell you what. Make a con save. Let's see. Make a Constitution check to see if you can actually vomit on command.
Oh wait, wrong one. Oh fuck. Well, I guess that's one.
Okay, I would say that for this, you have the wherewithal to attempt to vomit on one of them. Which one would you like to vomit on?
I guess music because he's bigger than Zeta. So it'd be
Okay,
easier.
music, make a dexterity saving throw. Okay, this hot, warm, chunky substance just
No. Oh,
all over you, music. Just steaming chunks, just sliding down your face, blocking your eyesight for a moment as the mess is dripping down your clothing as you look up as Red is taking one fist and wiping her mouth, looking at you and just sort of dazed.
just go ahead and eat me. I can't live anymore.
And then a single bug comes and lands on Music's forehead.
I'm just like, I like lay down on the ground. My tummy hurt.
So that first apple was an apple of growth. And that second apple was an apple of purple worm poison.
Oh, Hero's Blood.
Yeah. It was very similar to Hero's Blood. The rest of them are delicious apples. Just apples.
Hey, Red, do you want another one?
If you want to, I'm down.
You want another bean?
Oh, I was gonna do another apple, but
Yeah, all your apples, the rest of your apples are just regular apples. But she doesn't know that. You can give her another apple.
yeah, you want another apple, Red?
No.
No. You know what? Maybe we can give these to the crocodile.
Maybe the inn would like to buy them from us to make an apple pie.
Maybe. All right. You know what? Let's do 3 beans at once. Get crazy.
Are you just
All the beans
Are
around
you
the
just
table.
throwing the rest of your beans? Are you planting them or are you throwing them?
I'm planning them.
Okay, I was gonna say because that's different.
I don't know.
All right, let's do them one after another or all at the same time. Why not?
All right.
You want to do one after another
Good
or all at the
point.
same time?
Well, let's do all at the same time.
Okay, so you plant 3 of them in the ground. Okay, so your first result is a 50. Gotcha.
All right. Second one.
51.
You want to re-roll that one?
Nope.
Nope. 69.
That's 60. Oh shit. Okay.
Nice.
All right. You might regret this, sir.
I'm big red though. I'm big red. Big red.
Big red.
Big red. Say that. We're going to get a copyright strike.
I don't even know what it means.
It's just a chewing gum.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, how bad can it possibly be? Oh, you were getting our trees.
I'm sorry, what?
Terrace.
Getting our trees.
Let's see. Hey. Oh boy. Okay, so all right, so the first thing that happens is a bunch of strange looking creatures begin popping out of the ground. They look like human-sized mushrooms. Let's see. As soon as they coalesce, these creatures. Gosh. 11 of these creatures, these human-sized creatures, like erupt out of the ground. They immediately start making this god-awful screeching noise.
That's not musical at all.
And it is horrible, and it's almost deafening, as these creatures are just horrible screaming noise. And then you see a whole bunch of like 11 bright pink toads begin crawling up out of the ground around these these medium-sized fungus, and they begin hopping around all of you, completely oblivious to the screaming creatures. Or the screaming fungi, which you're now clasping your hands over your ears, I assume, to try and block out the sound.
Yeah.
And then there is a bit of a disturbance in the ground as a large, I guess the best way I could describe it is a land shark comes leaping up out of the ground and leaping towards you all, knocking over the shrieking mushrooms. Roll for initiative.
Oh, I love those. No, you didn't. I've got a spell for this. Jeremy's gonna hate me for it though.
Why I gotta hate you?
Have you ever had to roll 1d10s for everybody's action on an entire turn?
No, I don't think
Well,
so.
let me introduce you to the confusion spell.
Oh, good lord.
That's pretty much what this encounter is.
Yeah, if you don't know, every time a creature that I cast this on, it affects an area. Every creature I cast it on in the area has to roll 1d10 to determine what it does for that turn until it passes a successful wisdom save against my DC, which is pretty high. But it's going to help us live.
All right. Okay. Let me just gotta make some adjustments.
Can we title this episode "A Bag of Beans"?
Sure, why not?
All that in a bag of beans.
All that in a bag of beans. That's what we're gonna call it. There's like a lot of stuff for me to put on here, so I apologize.
It's all good.
All right. Bum. Okay, here we go. Good. All right, so did you guys already roll for initiative?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Let me give you guys some appropriate music. All right.
Whoa.
All right.
Don't worry, Big Red will protect you. Whoa. I was looking at my sheet. Dang.
Okay, so let's see. So the this horrible screeching noise as these creatures are being knocked over. So let's see. So that one got knocked over and goes silent. And
Maybe it's a friendly bullet.
that one gets knocked over, goes silent.
Maybe it eats mushrooms.
Maybe he's also a
Maybe
vegetarian.
he doesn't eat kobolds. Yeah.
That one gets knocked over and goes silent. There we go. And the creature, as it surfaces, suddenly dives under. Oh, actually, it can do this. This creature now suddenly leaps in the air and then goes after you, Red.
How frickin' dare they?
How dare they indeed. No, actually it leapt on top of you. Make a DC 16, let's see. Make a dexterity save or strength save, whichever you prefer. DC 16.
Does she get a bonus because she's giant?
Okay.
23.
23.
Oh, she power bombed it.
It's freaking Godzilla versus.
All right, so you're going to take half of that. So you take 11 damage, and you're pushed away from the creature as it tried to pounce on top of Giant Red.
Yeah.
All right, you were already down 46, and you're now down 57.
Yeah.
And I believe that's its turn. Yep. Okay, the rest of the toadies are just gonna ribbit. The mushrooms are still screaming. Zito, it is your turn. There are all these weird mushrooms emitting this horrible screeching noise.
Zito is going to place his hand on Red's ankle and cast Cure Wounds at,
Okay.
we'll say 4th level.
4th level?
So I'll be 18 healing for Red.
18? All right. Red, you can manually adjust that if you like.
Alright.
And as my bonus action, I'm going to put my turret 15 feet towards the bullet
Okay.
and try to burn it with fire.
Kill it with fire, guys. Kill it with fire.
See if I can take off the ranged attack for it.
Okay.
Does not, so I'm just gonna do a save. Alright, and fire damage.
All right. That's 7 fire damage to the creature. The other toads continue to go ribbit, and shriekers continue to shriek. Red, it is your turn.
It's me.
It's a me.
I'm gonna go after Bullet, but first I'm gonna rage.
Rage. I'll turn
Oh,
your rage
man.
on.
Did my sword grow with me, or am I just a big red with a tiny sword?
Growth grows you. It doesn't grow the items that you carry. Unfortunately.
Oh, my clothes. Darn it.
Yeah. The spell, yeah, you've burst out of your clothes. Currently there is a very naked Red standing. You've ruined your pants. You ruined your pants that you bought.
My pants. I'm gonna take my now not so big greatsword, and I'm just pokey like a toothpick.
Okay.
Bullet. Recklessly.
27 hits. And that's a 15 slashing magical damage as you take your, what once was a greatsword to you is now more of a dagger. The second attack, unfortunately, is a miss.
Darn it. That's it. I'm done.
That's it. Okay. Lots of frogs are ribbiting and moved around. Pink frogs hopping around. Shriekers and music. It's your turn.
Very well. I'm going to target the bullet.
Okay. It succeeds. It rolled a 17 right on your DC, sir.
Well, I'll win my turn.
Okay. Does Dissonant Whispers not do anything?
Not if they succeed, but if they fail, it hurts.
Oh, okay. All right. It's your turn again. All the rest of the frogs, little toadies, are bouncing around, pink frogs. This time it rolls a 6. That is a failure. And that is 10 psychic damage to the creature as it sort of reels back and shakes its head from your attack, your magical attack.
All right, my turn.
Okay. Zito, it is your turn.
Zito is going to reposition and get up on the high ground once again, since that seemed to
Okay.
work last time. And he is going to cast Shatter. Let's see, what's the range on? It is a 10-foot radius sphere.
So you're going to climb up that hill?
Yes.
Okay.
Looks like I can get all 5 of those creatures.
Okay.
And save.
It's lots of failures and some successes.
Right. And as a bonus action, Zito is going to move his turret up and continue to burn the blade.
Okay.
And is save and 2d8 fire damage. Alright, and that'll be his turn.
Okay. So as you slay and hit the toads, the one that dies immediately poofs out of existence. And in its place, in a brilliant plume of pink smoke, a large creature comes bursting up out of the ground. Looks like this. A 4-legged creature suddenly bursts up out of the ground.
Oh god. Yeah, maybe it's not a good idea to kill these toads.
And the other one that was attacked and hit with your spell. Let's see. Do-do. Here we go. Suddenly, this weird-looking gorilla bursts out of the ground, looking. It's got orangish, reddish, crimson fur, and it looks angry. It's got glowing red eyes. It just looks pissed. And let me just add him to the thing. Which one was
Do they also hate mushrooms?
Number 4. That one. Delete. Boom. It bursts out of the ground, knocking over this shrieker number 4, which goes silent as soon as it appears. Boom. There you go. Hey, Zito, let's throw some more beans on the ground. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Let's see what happens.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Bad news, kids. Zito's out of beans now.
All right, let's see. Gosh. All right, on the Boulet's turn, it's going to attempt to bite you, Red. Hits with a 23, and this huge mouth just chomp, dealing 34 damage, reduced down to 17. And it looks like it's bearing down, like maybe it's going to either burrow down into the ground and then it leaps over you. You can take a an opportunity attack if you like. That's a hit. That's 17 damage. You carve into its side as it leaps up into the air and lands behind Zito.
Uh-oh.
I don't like this.
You don't like this?
Can I take my beans?
On the Balgara's turn, it is going to start just sort of hitting the shriekers and creatures around it. It's really mad. It's really angry. So it takes its fist and it slams into the one in front of it and just bam, squishes it into the ground. It then moves forward towards the other one that's next to the Ammonite, and once again, bam, hits it with a fist. Or at least attempts to. Yep, that's it. You watch as it squishes two of these shriekers. And let's see. Oh, it has one more attack. You know what? Yeah, why not? It's going to... It just sort of screeches, looking around confused, and then rushes over towards the other creatures over here. Like, it looks like it's getting ready to, like, attack the frogs and the other shriekers. And it absolutely demolishes another one of these shriekers. So, on the plus side, it's killing these horrible sounding creatures that are screaming and clearing the battlefield, if you will. And other toads. Red, it is your turn. There are big, nasty things now all around.
Yucky.
And the creatures that burst up out of the ground, they seem to have like a pink smoke coming off of them. Like it's coming out of their pores.
Hmm. Could I like roll through these dudes?
Can you roll through?
Like tuck and roll over them like a boulder? I'm big.
You just want to walk through, or
I want to tuck in and roll over them. I want to roll like a ball.
you want to roll like a ball? Sure, why not? Make an acrobatics check. Let's see how well you can tuck and roll. Okay. So you're able to tuck and roll. You bamp, knocking over this Shrieker 7. It goes to the ground, dead. You roll over Shrieker 11, dead. When you touch the pink toad, however, it bamfs, and another creature crawls out of the ground.
Oh man. And I'm done.
Red. You're surrounded.
Yeah. Alright, that's it. I tucked you.
Let's see. Here we go.
What's it gonna be? Dude, I'm gonna die in this meme activity.
A
Oh, it was
strange
fun, wasn't it?
a strange winged a strange winged creature comes bursting up out of the ground, looking like this, where the frog once was.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm not happy about my life right now. Oh well.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and put him there. There we go. And just for the sake of fitting, there you are.
All right, that's it for me.
That's it for you.
Actually, I'm gonna shift. Oh no, I already did it. Never mind.
You're gonna shit? I mean, I would too if I saw the results of what's going on here today.
Never mind.
Okay. On the Armonite's turn, it turns its attention to you, Music.
Ah!
As this thing that, tell you what, make an intelligence check. It looks at you and it says, Music? Is this sudden realization it recognizes you? This is Clyde. This is one of your old companions from your days of going across the plains.
Clyde, is that you?
And he looks at you like he was really pissed for a moment. He's like, Music, it's been so long. How are you?
Terrible. There's all kinds of things trying to kill me.
Oh,
How are you?
Oh, shit. Well, I gotta take care of this. Hold on. And he turns around and slashes into the Bulgara. So we'll just have him shift up a little bit. And target the Bulgara. There we go. So you just watch as he first rears up, tries to hit the Bulgara in the back with his hooves and misses, and then takes his...
I'm going to give Clyde inspiration.
Oh, inspiration? Okay. Ooh, that's an...
Not inspiration, but a bardic inspiration, yeah.
A bardic inspiration, so that's 6, right? Or do I roll it?
Yep. That's 6 to his attack.
Oh, so I don't roll it.
No, I roll it.
Okay. All right, well, that hits then. So on his first attack, he deals 10 bludgeoning magical damage to the Bulgara. He missed with his claws. Oh, wait. He only gets to use that inspiration once, correct?
Just once, yes.
Okay, he then spins around with his serrated tail and slashes into the creature's back and deals 8 magical slashing damage to the Bulgara.
My man.
And now you can see it looks like he's getting ready to create something. He's holding his hand up and energy is crackling in his palm. Let me change his name. His name is Clyde. There we go. And that's his turn. On the Burbalang's turn, it turns, looks to you, Red, and it's going to attack you. It bites you, hitting, and deals 5 damage reduced down from 11, and then tries to slash you with its claws, hitting once again with a 21, and dealing 4 damage reduced down from 8 to you, as it is clawing at you. It's like a cat or a kitten that's pissed. Kitten with wings.
What a brat.
It's now lifted up in the air and it's sort of fluttering around your head, like annoyingly so. And on Clyde's turn, Clyde is going to continue to lay into the Burbalang on this next round. Are you going to use an inspiration for him again, or no?
No.
Okay. Well, he hits with his first attack. You can see he's still trying to coalesce and create something in his hand. He slashes at him with his claws, dealing another 10 damage, and then one more time attempting to hit with his serrated tail, hitting and doing 14 slashing magical damage. And now you can see now that the crackling has increased and has turned into a lance made of light. And Zito,
Oh, hell yeah.
it is your turn. There's a boulet in your way. And a toad. A little pink toad.
Right.
It's just...
Zito is going to cast... I want to cast Thunderwave.
Do it.
I'm going to cast Sanctuary on myself.
Okay.
So, if anyone makes an attack against me, they have to make a Wisdom saving throw. Or
Okay.
they have to attack something else.
Gotcha.
And I'm going to try and move away.
You're going to try to move away? All right. It's going to use a reaction.
Yeah.
So it has to make a wisdom save, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it rolled a 12.
Alright, that is not my spell save DC. So, see
fit.
here, it must choose a new target.
For his reaction?
It says whenever someone makes an attack against me on a failed save, I have to choose a new target or lose the spell.
It punches the shit out of this toad, which turns into pink smoke. And then sprouting up out of the ground, you see one of these. A orb-like creature with multiple tentacles, terminating in mouths at the end of each tentacle. Wish I was making this up, guys, but this is actually the rule for one of these bean rolls.
Oh, this is awesome. We're all going to be at level 11 by the end of this.
Jeremy, I'd like to apologize in advance if I had known that this was an option. I would not have planted 3 beans.
No? Okay, so Labule is gonna punch this beholderkin in the face. That's what it's gonna do. Let's see. Well, it hits, and it does 21 piercing damage to the big orb. And now you may take your actions.
And I'm just gonna move the turret
Okay.
between me and the bullet, and then my turn.
Okay. All right, music, it is your turn. You suddenly have this realization that your four-legged fiendish companion from your many adventures across the plains, Clyde, has somehow appeared on this plane of existence and is currently attempting to help you all against these strange fiendish fiends and aberrations that are sprouting up out of the ground.
I'm going to target the Bargara.
That is a success, unfortunately.
Damn. It's right on it, too.
Yeah.
Lucky bastards.
That Boulet rolled a 17 also.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna have my turn.
Okay. On the Death Kiss's turn. Oh, I forgot. It takes lightning damage. The Boulet took lightning damage to the tune of 1 point when it attacked the Death Kiss. Let's see. It will move forward and will target you, Zito. One of its impossibly long tentacles.
It has to make a wisdom save.
Has to make a wisdom save? It will make its wisdom save. A 7 will fail, correct?
Yes, so it has to make a new target.
Okay, well, it will, instead of slapping you, it's going to slap the boule for attacking it.
It can also attack my turret.
Now, was that save for all of its attacks or just one?
All of its attacks.
Okay, all of its attacks. All right, so its first attack, it's going to go at and attack your turret.
Yeah.
Does a 20? It hits the boule.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll just say it hit the.
26 will hit.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I hit the boule, but I meant to hit the turret. So let me untarget him. All right. 12 damage to your turret.
Okay.
And it is currently grappled and restrained, held within that tentacle.
Okay.
Okay. With its next attack, it takes one of its tentacles and goes for music. Music, suddenly a white tentacle attempts to wrap around your waist as it whaps out at you, but misses. You just feel it whiff against your back as you turn and look in its direction. And for its third attack, it goes for the boule and rolls a natural 1. And it's going to fly over towards you, Zito.
I don't like that.
And it will end its turn. It's currently holding and crushing your little turret in its tentacle. The boule turns around, leaping over behind you, music. Boom. And goes straight for you, attempting to bite you. And hitting you on a 26. You take 34 piercing damage as its huge maw crushes into your body. You can feel it rending into your construct form.
Okay.
Okay. The Bulgura, very, very angry at Clyde, is going to start punching him. This thing has so many attacks. All these creatures have so many attacks. Clyde takes a punch to the face, taking 7 damage. And then another punch to the face, this time taking 12 bludgeoning damage from the Bulgura. The Burbalang, you can hear it whispering something red, something foul, and some other strange language. And then suddenly, it pulls out a little metal rod. And there's a brilliant flash of light, and it is gone. And it's your turn.
Yay.
There's a smell of brimstone after that thing left.
I'm gonna go for the Bulgura.
Okay.
Nah. I won't attack recklessly this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a critical hit, guys.
Okay. Does this guy have fewer than 100 hit points?
Yes, he does.
Yes! Okay. So it needs to make a DC Constitution.
I heard something about Constitution.
Yeah, a Constitution saving throw. DC
Okay.
15.
It rolled an 8.
Yay! so he's instantly slain as his life force is torn from his body.
As you slash into the creature, it was turned away from you. You create this gap in its back, and instead of seeing blood pouring out, you see its literal essence, like a second shadowy version of itself, screeching, looking terrified, looking at its body, looking back at you as it is sucked into one of the orbs on your sword, and it is dead.
Damn, Cloud, you see that shit?
Yeah, I did.
And then I'm gonna take the opportunity tax from those guys and go after Bullet.
Yeah, they don't do anything. They don't do anything to you.
Sweet.
So they're just
And,
really loud.
Oh,
So you're just gonna go there?
yeah.
Okay. That's another critical hit.
Try it again. So another Constitution saving.
Okay. Well, it rolled a 25.
Oh well, fine.
She still did 27 damage to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Darn it.
Stupid shark thing. Alright, I'm done.
Okay. All right, let's see what happens now. Red, it's your turn again.
Oh.
Wouldn't it be weird if she rolled another critical hit?
Oh.
Yes.
You still hit it. That's a 19. No, 19. As you cut down into its head, you chop into its head and cut straight through, cutting the top part of the head, right behind the eye sockets and the bottom part of the mouth. As its beak lands onto the ground, it is very, very dead.
Yay. I will work my way over here towards the death kiss.
Okay.
And I shall attack him recklessly. Yay. And that is my turn.
Okay. Music makes you lose control.
Is the Death Kiss still holding on to his little robot?
It is.
I'm casting heat metal on the robot.
Okay. That's a what kind of save for it?
If he's holding it, I don't think he gets any.
Yeah, I think he has to make a save.
If he wants to continue to hold on to my turret, he has to make a Constitution saving throw. But he still takes the damage.
Yeah. So it takes damage, and then it has to make a con save to continue to hold it. That's on its turn or when the spell is cast.
He'll take the damage when the spell is cast, and then every turn, all of his turns, he can either drop it or continue to hold it.
Okay. You can roll the damage. Go ahead. And is 8 damage to the Death Kiss as the bug-like drone begins to heat up. Now, I would say that your drone probably takes this damage as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that's
how much damage is it?
Yeah, it's 8 damage. First was 12, and then it was 8, so that's 20 damage so far.
Yep, we got 10 hit points left.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn, Music?
That is the end of my turn.
Okay. On Clyde's turn, he is going to turn, looking in the direction of the Death Kiss, and he's going to run up here. And he looks to you, he says, "I got this," and hurls this lightning lance at the creature. And we'll let it make a saving throw, which it fails. And it takes 0 damage because apparently it's immune to lightning damage, which he didn't know.
It was a good spectacle.
He just he was trying to do something cool in front of his friend Music, which he hasn't seen in a long time. And then he's like, well, shit. And Zito, it's your turn.
No biggie, bro. Good try.
Zito is going to run around the Death Kiss
Okay.
and cast Cure Wounds on Red at 5th level.
Okay.
Because he's feeling pretty bad for bringing her through all this. Second, third, fourth, fifth.
All right. Red, you get 22 hit points back as Zito walks up to you, takes out his little kit, and he just starts like slapping a salve on you.
Yeah. He's like touching
And
my toe.
He's putting like some sort of camphor-like substance and smearing it on your foot. It feels tingly.
And as a bonus action, Zito is going to try to burn this Death Kiss with his turret.
Okay. It is restrained, so it can't move, can't take any actions.
It can't take any actions?
I don't believe so. When something is restrained, I believe it can only use its action to break free. But let me check.
Then
Let me double check before I rule on that. Hold on one moment. Because I could be totally wrong. Let's see. Restrain. Your speed is 0. Attack rolls against creature have advantage. Creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. So you just have disadvantage on its attack.
Alright, so it's just a dexterity saving then. Alright.
Yeah, you have disadvantage. Yeah, that's all it is.
Alright. And I'll end my turn.
Okay. On the Death Kiss's turn, it is going to drop it is 5 feet up in the air. It is going to fly up another, we'll say another 15 feet, about 15 feet. So it's 20 feet up in the air currently. Let me create a little cone. Just a little representation of 20 feet there. Okay. It's going to drop your drone. Your drone takes 7 more damage as it clatters to the ground. Does it take damage on its turn from your heat metal before it drops it, or no?
I'll say it takes damage. It doesn't matter.
But can I use my reaction to cast Featherfall on this drone?
I don't know. Do you have a reaction this turn, or have you taken it yet?
I haven't taken it.
If it costs a reaction to cast Featherfall, you can.
It does, and I will cast it then.
Okay. Yeah, if it's an instantaneous and you're not using a concentration, then because heat metal's not, is it heat metal concentration or no?
It is, but I'm letting it go. I mean, he's dropping it anyway.
Yeah, you could let it go, and then you can cast your reaction.
Is Featherfall concentration?
No, not Featherfall. Heat metal. And no, I don't think it is.
Yeah, no.
Concentration,
Yeah,
actually.
in that case, then you can cast Featherfall without dropping heat metal.
Okay, well, yeah. He's dropping.
He's still dropping
he's
it.
falling.
He's still dropping it. So, unless you want the turret to burn up as it's floating slowly to the ground. So if you're dropping,
yeah, I'm dropping it.
Okay, it's no longer red hot. It's no longer burning up. With its now free tentacle, I believe Red and Zito, you would have gained opportunity attacks as it floated up in the air. So you may both make opportunity attacks on the Death Kiss. That's a hit, Red.
I will not.
You will not? Okay. That's 17 more slashing magical damage to the Death Kiss. And it then, in multiple directions now, First going after Red, the Death Kiss tries to grab Red with a tentacle. It hits you. Oh, crap. Yeah. Make a Constitution saving throw, Red. Okay. Yeah, because you are currently... You took 7 damage as it grapples you. Wraps its arm around you. And bits of lightning and electricity start to zip and zap off of this arm that is wrapped around you. And for a moment, you felt like you were about to be electrocuted by this creature. But you passed your save, so nothing happens. Whatever it was about to do. And on its third attack, it goes after you, Zito.
Here, it needs to make a wisdom save.
And we'll take a wisdom save. It's a cool ability, guys. Nat, this is the last round, by the way. We're going to call it a night after this. It rolled a 12, so it failed its wisdom save.
Yes.
It will instead go after you, Music, with its last attack.
Okay.
This impossibly long tentacle comes whipping across, attempting to whack you. And it manages to hit you. You take 18 piercing damage, and you are grappled and restrained, being held up in the air by this impossibly long tentacle.
Okay.
And Red, held up aloft by this creature. Yeah. Held aloft by this creature, her huge form, you're impossibly being lifted up into the air, Red. You looking over, you can see now, if a Warforged could have a pained look on its face, you see Music is floating in the air, being restrained by this creature. Zito, you're looking up with a grim determination at this pasty white orb with its blood red cylindrical orbish eye. Clyde yells out down to you, Music. You always throw the best parties, man. Yeah. The combat continues. Red, it's your turn. You are currently held in this disgusting creature's grasp.
Punk. I can't attack if I'm restrained, right? I don't think.
You can.
You have disadvantage.
It's just disadvantage. As you're being whipped around in the air, Red whips her hair back and forth against her will.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to break out.
Okay.
What should I roll?
Let's see. Make an escape check, please. A strength check. And use your.
If you're raging, I think you have advantage on those.
It should roll automatically, actually.
Does it?
You burst out of its grasp, and you're not being held like off of the ground so much that when you land on your feet it would hurt you, but you are no longer grappled and restrained by the creature.
Yeah, and that was my action. So
that is his action. All right. On the Death Kiss's turn. It is going to attempt to use its drain on you, Music. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw. As somebody drops a spoon. That's a 17. You passed your saving throw as arcs of electricity are rippling and traveling down this tentacle, this impossibly long arm, as it is coming straight towards you. You felt like you were about to take something. You winced. And then whatever it was faded.
Am I right up next to it now, or am I still over there?
No, you are being lifted up off of the ground several inches by its impossibly long arm. So it's
Okay, so I'm still over there.
It's using its go-go gadget arm right now on you. It then turns around and it is going to attempt once again to go after Zito. So it needs to make a wisdom save.
Another wisdom save.
How long does that last? I'm just curious.
It can last for a while, especially if I don't attack it.
Like, I don't understand. What is it exactly? Because I'm curious.
It's Sanctuary. It's 1 minute first level spell.
Oh, okay. It rolled a 19.
Alright, yeah, that hits.
Okay. All right, then. It's going to miss you, though.
Yeah.
With its third attack, it will go after you, Red, because you're right within its threat range. And it will... 14 does not hit, correct? I didn't target you.
No.
Okay,
Yes.
he misses you. Clyde, seeing that his ability did not work, he is going to... Gosh, can't even reach this guy now because he's 20 feet up in the air. So he is going to rush down and he's going to offer help. He's going to use the help action to try and help Music get out of this tentacle. And Zito, it's your turn.
Cool.
Alright. Zito is going to... he's going to cast Scorching Ray at this Death Kiss, so he's going to drop his Sanctuary.
Okay.
So no more wisdom saves.
No more wisdom saves.
So it's going to go all out, so that's... 4 attacks. One...
That's a critical hit.
Alright, we'll just do that one now.
22 fire damage to the creature. That's a 26. That's a hit. Another 4 damage to the creature. That's a miss, unfortunately. That is a 27. That's a hit. Another 6 damage to the creature.
Alright. And how far up is it?
It's 20 feet up in the air.
Alright. Let's see, what's my range on my Eldritch Cannon? It is 15 feet. So it's just going to use my bonus action to menacingly blow fire at it.
Okay. It's just like the little bug is like blowing a raspberry, but it's fire.
I'll end my turn.
Okay. Music, it's your turn. You can either make an escape check with advantage because he's helping you, or you can do something else. Cast a spell.
What do I use for the escape check?
It's a strength check. So a strength check with advantage. Actually, it's strength or dex, if I'm not mistaken. I believe you can choose either one. Whichever one is the easiest for you. And unfortunately, it lets go of you. You are no longer restrained. That was your action, though.
Woohoo! Okay.
You still have your bonus action.
No, none of my cure spells are bonus actions. Okay, I'll wait.
Okay. And that's everyone's turn. Okay. Red, it's your turn again.
Alright.
I like how all the frogs are like doing nothing. They're just hanging out over there being frogs. Pink frogs.
I'm gonna attack recklessly.
With what?
My sword?
Oh,
did he take it away?
Well,
how tall is she?
I would say that you would. It's 20 feet up in the air. I would say that you're. How tall are you normally?
5'8".
Okay, so you're 10 foot tall. 10 foot tall. With a reach
Jump
of 10.
forward,
You can hit it because you have a reach of 10. At your height, At your size, you have a reach of 10, I believe.
Cool. Alright.
Okay. It's
I'll attack
21
for
more
second
damage to
there.
the creature. Go right ahead. That is also a hit. A 19 definitely hits. And that's another 20 damage to the Death Kiss.
And
As you're
I
cutting
am
into it, it's got neon pink blood, which is flying out all over the place. And it's raining down. Let's see, that's 1-2 attacks. So first splash of blood hits you and deals 7 lightning damage to you as it hits your skin and fizzles. The other splash goes towards you again, almost hitting Zito, as you take 6 lightning damage from the creature, as it's literally like electrocuting you as you're hitting you.
Yuck. Okay, I added it on.
Oh, I already did it to you. You can, yeah, you can go back to what you were after I put that on you. Yeah, I was dropping the damage on you. I don't know if you noticed.
Alright, 63.
Okay.
Alright.
All right. Zito, it's your turn.
Alright, Zito is going to cast Scorching Ray again at level 4.
Go for it.
We got 3 attacks now. And there we go. 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. That's
That's
one hit. 9 more damage. This thing is just
Alright.
barely hanging on, guys.
Alright, and again, I'm just gonna. Little turret friend is going to get as close as it can and try and fire at this.
It's gonna blow another raspberry at it.
He's trying his best.
Okay. Okay, so Clyde looks down at you, Music, and he says, "Fastball special."
Sure.
Okay, he's gonna grab you and hold you up in the air and run at this guy. So he's running towards him. He's holding you up in the air. This is an old move that you guys did a long time ago in your days traveling together. And it is your turn.
All right.
He just sort of like Dirty Dancing hoists you up above his head like Patrick Swayze, and you're just being held aloft up in the air.
So technically, I'm in melee range, right?
Technically, yes. He's very tall.
Do I gain advantage for being this close to Red?
Well, yes, you would. So it'd be advantage on your attack.
Okay, well, I'm gonna use my arm blade then for once.
Is suddenly there's a ratcheting noise as your blade extends from your wrist. And that is a hit. As you carve into the creature, cutting through it, Red, as you're looking into its blood red eye, the tip of his rapier, Music's rapier, pierces through at an angle, bursting. Lightning blood splashes onto you. Music, you take 1 lightning damage from the creature as it falls harmlessly to the ground, thudding right next to Zito and to the raspberry blowing robot, which roasts the rest of it alive. And you, my friends, are out of combat.
I speak for everybody, I think, when I say
those
fuck that thing.
dog shriekers are still shrieking.
Yes, the rest of them are shrieking.
We
There
just
are
want to caution tape off this area.
Actually, guys, I've got a magic circle and a planar binding. If you want to, Given a few hours, me and Clyde could just clean the rest of this mess up.
Well, unfortunately, as Clyde puts you down, you can see now that his body is emitting that pink fog. You can see that the frogs are disappearing in the background beyond where you are standing. And Clyde looks down at itself, and it looks at you, and he goes, "So this is what it feels like whenever you disappeared all those times." And you watch as his body turns into pink, rest of him pink smoke, as it manages to do as close of an approximation to a grin as it can, as it fades from view, and he is gone.
You should keep a character sheet for Clyde. I'm gonna summon him in the future.
Well, that was fun. And Derek and Sabrina don't know what they missed.
A heck of a fight.
I think, Zito, that was your last bean, huh? Go ahead and delete that from your
Yeah,
inventory.
those are my last 3 beans.
Yeah.
But I think Ari also has a bag of beans.
Ari's on cocaine.
Yeah.
Yep, so no bag of beans. I just have a bag now.
All right. Are you guys ready to level up?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Let me just pretty sure this will level you up. We'll find out here in a moment. Let's see. Okay. All right. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. It didn't level you guys up. You each
How close are we?
You still got like another just under 7,000 XP apiece before you level up.
Well, there's 7 more frogs.
The frogs are actually gone. They all evaporated. As Clyde was evaporating, they apparently, whatever magic was holding them here, like only had a finite amount of time.
How much experience do we get for killing those mushrooms? Mushrooms still here?
That was all lumped together.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, that was like 10,060 total experience divided amongst you guys. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
Well, I got vomited on, and I'm still upset about that. Everything else I'm okay with, but I expect
Vito
taking the
gave it
27
to
apples
me.
in Hey, I'm taking the 27 apples in payment.
Yeah.
But you took the mushrooms.
All right, fine. You want the apples?
Halvesies.
And so you all hear the thunderous sound of hooves once again as the squad of samurai from Clan Ashta ride up on you, and the one gentleman that spoke to you before looks at all of you and says, "Okay, seriously, what the fuck?"
I got this.
Jedi mind trick.
We were trying to divine the nature of the disaster so we could tell Maggie about it further in town. Everything you heard and saw was revelations revealed to us from that divination. Everything's fine here.
Make a deception check with disadvantage.
Can I help him?
Sure, you can help him. And what do you say to help him?
It's all
23.
23. He looks at you and he says, "All right, this is the last time that we come running to find out what's going on over here. We're just going to assume that you guys are blowing shit up out here. We're going to go with that, and we're going to mind our business. You guys mind your business. How about that? Does that sound good to you?
Hey, sounds
fellas?"
good.
And he
Sounds great. Sounds great.
Looks back to all the other samurai, and they're like, yeah, that sounds good to me. Don't have to tell anybody. Don't have to tell Urkor, right? Yep, nope. Don't tell Urkor. And then the guy looks back at you, and he's, "No, seriously, don't fucking tell Urkor."
Hey, less paperwork for you is less paperwork for us.
Exactly. We have bigger fish to fry.
Good job, guys.
All right. And they ride off, leaving you all back to your own devices once again.
Am I still
Sorry,
big?
one more beat.
He's got one more bean. I should call this session One More Bean. That's exactly what I should do. This is called One More Bean.
So you're telling me you didn't throw the imagine if the fourth one got thrown in? Oh my god. How long am I big?
What?
How long am I going to be big?
I believe it fades in about an hour. Of course, you don't know that. So eventually, Naked Red, which the samurai were trying to avert their eyes as much as possible.
I forgot I was naked.
No, but music's seen it, and I can make an illusion of it now.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, if I ever have to charm somebody, that's the first image I'm pulling up.
For my good wearable pants.
Ah, that sucks. Well, I mean, I guess you could always go ask Kit for another pair.
I got some extra clothes on me.
Stroll through town naked.
Yeah, don't worry, Red. Zito can hopefully mend the pants back together for you.
I've got some extra clothes on me if you need them.
What about the rest of her armor that she was wearing? That shit's gonna have to be fixed too.
It's a half plate.
Yeah, her half plate got like burst off. She turned into the Hulk.
Oh.
She-Hulk. She-Hulk. All right.
Zito will fix the armor. I'll give you some clothes.
So my question to you all then is, what would you all like to do now? Did you want to call it, or would you like to see what other shenanigans that you can get into?
I do need to go to bed now.
I think now's a good time to call it, and we'll go meet with the archaeologist later.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
So we'll say we're heading back to Gutter.
sounds of the creatures around you, a little bit more timid sounding. Like all of the sounds of battle, explosions, roaring, trees roaring, fiends and aberrations being pulled out of different realities and deposited in the shadow marches. And a very battered and bruised trio of Music, Zito, and Red begin wandering off away from this wooded area back towards Heartham proper to have a sit at Gutter Guts and have a conversation with an archaeologist. And that's what
Red is wearing men's clothes.
And Red is wearing men's clothes. Do you guys wait an hour so she shrinks down? Or, I mean, you don't know. You have no idea.
No.
Or is Red doing the walk of shame, trying to run between trees so she's not seen?
I'm not ashamed of my nakedness.
Okay.
I have a song of rest. I can actually heal us up to full life while we're just waiting for that to wear off.
Okay. Feel free to do that.
And big.
Red is big and naked.
I'm naked and I'm proud.
And if Derek was here, he would be like, "Dang, man."
Yeah, no, I go straight through town. Place to crisscross
applesauce.
Outside Gutter Guts. I'm gonna be the new tourist attraction. A little bit.
All right.
Gutter Guts and Tiger Butts.
as a very free-spirited and not quite clothed Red prances down the alleyway back towards Gutter Guts, her companions watching on. Her other companions, unfortunately, nowhere to be seen at the moment. We will come to an end for tonight.
Okay. Will Red ever start to trust magic? Will Eli finally reveal to the party what George is? Will Zito ever be seen as anything other than a simple kobold? And will Athana finally avenge her family? Did Music just swallow that bug, or did he dodge it successfully? Find out next time on the Dragon Between podcast.
Woo!
He's not a simple kobold to me. He's the Iron Kobold.
He's Iron Kobold. I'm still waiting for him to make a little Iron Man outfit.
Yeah. Red would love that. Red thinks he's a brave boy.
Aw.